Good evening, speedrunning and World of Warcraft Classic enthusiasts alike. Yours truly here in the Fireland studio, ready to give you guys a little bit of a production today. Before I start, let me just say that the notifications for some of you when you subscribe to me was turned off. So let me just start off real quick, since we have a lot of time before the actual race starts. And I just wanted to say thank you so much, Sentes, for resubscribing, Rolko, and Fredrik Gram, and already seeing so many familiar faces in the chat. Really happy to see. You guys know the drill. There's so many things to snatch. Today we're doing the Scimitar giveaway, so we have a little mouse over there who's fittingly using his Corsair Scimitar to pump. So yeah, if you look behind me right now, I believe these are representatives from respective guilds that we have to watch for tonight. We are gonna be looking at the current GOAT progress POV. So we are gonna follow progress, but I have something set up so that we can easily switch between different guilds' point of view. And I think that would work out really well. So I have a couple of things prepared for today, and I'm thinking, why waste any time? So one of the things that I've done for today is that I have gone to the field, and I have performed a bunch of interviews with a couple of the players that we'll be watching tonight. So I'm thinking that we're gonna send it over to Interviewer Anfall. Let's see if this works. So with me here in the newly created studio is one representative from each guild, and I'm thinking we are gonna start with a Death Knight from Progress. You guys might know him. His name is Lex DK. He has been playing in Nota for a long time. He then switched to Progress when Nota did the sad mistake of instead moving over to Season of Discovery. So a bit of a... that didn't quite work out. But he found great success in Progress. He was part of the Tier 11 World First roster. So we are gonna see if we can get him on the line here. Let's see if I can get him to speak to us. All right, Let's see. Lex, can you tell me a little bit briefly about yourself?
Okay, I'm Lex, and my role in the guild is a Futum reroller, which means that I play whatever is the best so I can top the meters. Right now it is a mage, but I played Unholy DK for now, as long as I can. I think that's right. I think maybe I feel like Hunters should be mentioned as probably the strongest class.
Okay. You're getting a bit a hold of yourself. But basically, what Lex is yapping about right here is that I asked him a very simple question, but he's getting ahead of himself. Calm down, Lex. And I asked him, what do you think is the most underrated and most important class in this race that we will be witnessing tonight?
As long as I can. I think that's right. I think maybe I feel like Hunters should be mentioned as probably the strongest class for progression. They have insane burst AoE, and then they also have really good consistent single target. And Hunters they can just do whatever. They're very versatile in their damage and everything. And now they've also gotten recently buffed with their explosive shots, which makes it easier to play and just more DPS than it was before.
Yeah, we have a couple of famous hunter players in the classic scene in the guild. Of course, we have Stet, who is the favorite player of Warcraft Wowhead. He always gets featured. I don't know what his connections are, but if there's a single player that is getting pushed by and backed by a company, it's definitely him. But I was wondering, can you tell me a little about how you feel about the fact that we're getting Firelands now?
I am really happy about there only being one raid to focus on. Having to focus on 3 different raids in tier 11 was just terrible. It split the guild into wanting to different stuff and everything. So I think by far the most exciting thing about tier 12 is one raid to focus on.
I can understand that it's really hard to focus on 3 different raids to go into when you have severe ADHD, like many of the Zoomers and like brain rot TikTok kids that play in progress nowadays. I am probably one of the older people playing in progress nowadays, but I'm really happy for you brain rot TikTok brains that you get a raid where it's only you go walk into one instance and then you can just focus on that. So I'm really happy for you actually.
I feel like it's hard to say because Warcraft logs haven't put out a rule set, but I really hope it isn't. There are a lot of bosses and they're everywhere and you can go to whichever one. So there will obviously be some differences that you can make. ICC after Sourfang, right? Where you can figure out different ways to do different things where it depends on if you find ways to respec here and there and there. There's a lot of stuff and I think it's very comp dependent as well.
Yeah. Luckily for Lex, he only plays the class that gives him the easiest chance of a raid spot, so he doesn't really have to think about respecking too much and doing all this type of crazy shit that maybe the tanks and the healers and some of the, what do you say, more of the classes that maybe have a little bit more flexibility. Lex is more the type of player that he just sees that what is simming the highest, that is what I'll play. And it might sound a bit like I'm making fun of you, Lex, but I'm really not. People like you are super important to progress success, actually.
So it will be interesting to see if there's a big variety, but similar times in the top, if that makes sense. I'm not sure. I feel like a lot of people probably think progress is very strict, where you're not allowed to have fun or whatever, which is just not true. There's a lot of banter and fun in raids. Obviously, in speedruns and whatever, it's stricter. You're not just yapping about anything. But that is how it's supposed to be. You need to be focused on the runs.
Sounds a bit like a paid answer, a bit like leadership maybe paid you off to spread a little bit of progress propaganda. But I also agree that one of the biggest misconceptions that maybe people outside of progress have is regarding the guild's atmosphere and stuff, since we have hidden voice comms and stuff, so unless you're part of the guild, you don't really hear the type of vibe that we actually have. But we bring a lot of seriousness in, that's for sure. But yeah, definitely a big misconception people have about the guild.
Not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, we were having a great time talking here, and now you just want to be like provocative and start a fight. I don't know about this, Lex. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have anything to say right now. You're awfully quiet, dude. All right, whatever. I'm gonna move on to the next question. So, what do you think about the meta going into the race that we're gonna watch tonight?
I think, yeah, no, not that I can think of. I think we win easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what I asked. I asked you what classes you think people are gonna play tonight. You want to try again?
I'm confident in the team. I'm confident in me. Yeah, we got it easy.
Yeah. Oh, all right, dude. Do you know what? Just what do you want to talk about? What do you feel like talking about, Lex?
I do think a decent amount of it comes down to whether you can pre-clear trash or not, which isn't set yet as far as I know. And hopefully it isn't, because we haven't even done the raid yet, so they shouldn't set anything yet.
You're talking about speedruns now?
I think if there's no pre-clearing trash, I think like 10 mages is, or I guess that kind of caps out at 5 mages. It's so hard to say because I don't know how strong other classes will be. Warlocks seem really strong, but I really don't like Warlocks in speedrunning because they're so dependent on pull timers to do any damage. Like 7, no. I've How many are we now in tier 11 in Bastion? We were 8, I think, right?
Are you talking about how many mages we run in tier 11?
I think I just say 10 then. And get 2 more mages in. Good luck.
I mean, yeah, thanks. I hope this production goes great for me. Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
so much for coming.
Good luck on getting second place.
All right, thank you, Lex, for showing up. That was great. Thank you so much for coming. Great, that was great. God damn it, I try so fucking hard to be professional around these kids, and it's just not happening. Whatever. Should be fine. So, this interview was a little bit of everywhere. Hopefully the next guy that we interview can stay more focused and talk about the race that we're going to be watching tonight. So we'll see about that. So, in the background right now, we should have the guilds that we are going to be watching tonight. This is going to be the point of view that I am going to be watching. Boom. You guys already know what this is. Let me show you. So the race starts in 2.5 hours. Now, I have set up, hopefully this works, a progression tile that should upgrade as these guilds update their kills through championship mode with live logging. So, at the top right, you have the current GOATs, the current guild that everybody wants to beat. You have Progress. Then, number 2, you have Newman. Newman, we're gonna have a couple of interviews. We have 2 people from Newman that we have invited for an interview today. It is Fogi. It is Relly, an officer of Newman, that both have something that they want the community to know. Then, in 3rd place, we have Polar. Not the bread that you can buy in Swedish stores, but actually a North American guild that performed surprising, at least to my biggest surprise, they did really well in the race to world first tier 11. Out of nowhere, dude. Then, we have another North American team. Sadly, I haven't been able to find a streamer from this guild that is called Who. So, if you guys know a streamer from the guild Who that I can add to the Multipov Twitch, please send it in my community Discord, and when I take a little break, get some water later, I can fix that. Then we have the European efficiency. The machines that are now turning their focus to Warcraft instead of expanding. Statement, a long-standing guild. They have been around since vanilla, I think, as a German community. They're also going. We have Step Brothers, who performed good in the race to world first tier 11. I have an interview with one of their representatives. I actually have an interview with the Statement representative as well. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 guilds that did not partake in the race to World First Tier 11, but have done PTR and are going for the race tonight. Number 1 underdog that is impossible to rate on a scale based on previous performance. Look, I don't know how to say that name. I hope it's not against the TOS. They told me in English it means don't be upset. So if it means anything else and it's pure hate speech and I just can't read Cyrillic, I'm so sorry. I hope that didn't happen. Then, in the last, we have Eternal. So these are the guilds that we are gonna get, what do you say? We are gonna get live updates from all of these guilds during the night, because these are the expected combatants that we expect in the race to World First tonight. And yeah, I'm super excited about it. Hopefully, yeah, stoked. But plenty of time until then. So let's see. If you guys have any questions for me throughout the production, I am gonna be very busy. I have a lot of stuff that I want to do in the pre-game show, and then once we get into shoutcasting, I am gonna be looking at progress point of view. But if progress falls behind, which we should be able to see on these updates on the right side, we will try to look at the current leader. Because remember, Newman was ahead, sorta, until the disaster happened in Magma and they almost caught up, right? So the only reason that I'm gonna be watching progress point of view for starters is because they are sort of the favorites or whatever. Robert Falfa says, Beef Bar running 10-man this time also? I don't know. I don't care. Warcraft Logs doesn't even have a live logging feature for 10-man. Nobody cares. So if you're gonna go 10-man and be fast in the world, good luck. I wish you best of luck in the 10-man category in the race to World First. Nobody cares, dude. Bucket AO says, how long do you think the race will take? Oh, so we have a couple of interviews that maybe should give you a hint at that. So maybe we should send it over to the next interview. After the next interview, I'm thinking we're gonna talk a little bit about Shannox. So I have prepared a segment where I'm gonna watch how that's going. Maki says, have you been talking to anybody in I Can't Be Arsed, to be honest, about tracking their progression? They're also sending it on release. I have not spoken to them. I haven't heard anything. I wish them best of luck. I will not be covering them. It's too much. Okay, let me see if we can get the next guy on the line. We're gonna ask production to lower the background music a little bit. And then we are gonna go to our next interview, who is actually gonna be Statement. So let's go over to the studio, right back in it. Let me see if we can get Quincy to speak a little bit about how he feels about this race and how the PTR has been going for the Germans. You with me, Quincy?
Yeah, for sure. My name is Quincy or Sebastian, and I'm the raid and also guild leader of Statement. Right?
Sure, right. I mean, a lot of the Europeans, like myself, don't really know much about your guild. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you do for the guild and how that's going?
Also, basically, before Classic, I played retail for ages. Then
I mean, look, let me stop you there. I want to know more about your guild. Maybe not your entire fucking WoW biography,
started
but
playing
it's
Classic on a German server and was not sure what to do and asked around for the best guild. And Sketo, a friend of mine who was also very competitive until this expansion, introduced me to the guild, and I was starting playing since AQ40. And since then, since NUC start, I'm basically responsible for everything in the guild and stepped up as we had a lot of success on the PTR. We estimate everything to go pretty smoothly. I would say the content is a bit easier than if you compare it to ICC, which was pretty hard for most guilds. I would say it's a lot easier.
Now, this is something that you're going to see in a lot of the interviews today, that many of the other guilds found that maybe the difficulty level of Ragnaros was heavily exaggerated in people's memory. Do you have any other takeaways from Firelands?
I would compare it with the recent content like tier 11. It should be on par with that. And most guild won't really struggle who succeeded there on the launch, I think.
Okay, cool. You like this silence, or? I mean, we can be silent if you want. It's okay. What do you want to talk about?
So basically, in the first PTR, they put in a Ragnaros with like 240 mil HP, which was pretty easy, I would say, and we had no struggles with that. On the second round of PTR, they introduced in caps pre-nerf version. I don't think it's particularly hard, and there is no really much RNG to the fight, so I think the competitive guilds won't really struggle on that if no one really fucks up their job. I think it will be a one shot.
Yeah, I've interviewed a lot of the people that are partaking in this race, and Ragnaros has never been raised as one of the fights where people think that there's going to be any wipes per se. Many other people are expecting other fights, like maybe some wild, crazy, risky strat on Alysrazor, or some low healer comp on Baleroc or Rhyolith. That could be way more risky, and you could save a lot of time, but it could also mean that you wipe in a race if you do that. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see what people do. Gonna be watching progress PoE though, of course.
Basically, I hope we will have a big variety of approach how to clear the raid, especially in the progress race. People will choose different bosses to start on, and later, when it comes to speedruns and in the later IDs, I hope trash will get a big factor as well in the speedruns, and this should be a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the rule set is gonna be super important when it comes to speedruns later on. Could be the best tier, or it could be the fucking worst we've ever seen, I would imagine. What do you want to talk about now? I actually have no idea what's on your mind. You dictate where this goes, actually.
If I have to think about it, we had some problems on Baleroc
Oh,
with
Baleroc,
cutting
yeah.
healers to optimize the kill time. So the problem on the current PTR was that you can't really dodge the tormented buff when the people get linked. So if two healers get tormented, I think we might be in a bit of trouble. But that's the only boss I can think of. We might get into troubles.
Yeah, I actually heard this from many guilds that on Baleroc, maybe you want to cut down on healers in order to increase the raid DPS so you gain a couple seconds. But then if you get really bad RNG with healers getting the buff and whatnot, debuffed, then that fight can turn out to be a big wipe, actually. So that is true. So, yeah. You just want to... Yeah. I'm fine with silence. It's not a problem. I mean, it's pretty nice. Just... I am doing a production, so if you care to speak.
Yeah, I think we might have chosen a different comp that Progress, Newman, and other competitors are running. We have a pretty balanced composition with heavy DKs, I think. And I think the top guilds will probably bring a lot of DKs and mages until Ragnaros and swap in then some hunters. Those shine on later bosses as well. So, yeah. I think DK and mages.
Yep, those classes definitely look good for this race.
If you will see our comp, it's pretty off meta.
Let's go!
Some bosses really favor balanced classes like Balanced Druid, Shadow Priest. Those are pretty good on the first few bosses, but on single target bosses like Baleroc, those classes fall off heavily and should probably be swapped out. But unfortunately, due to roster issues, we have to stick with what we have, right?
I mean, that might be a difference between Progress and you, because they don't have to stick to what they have. Look at me. I'm sitting here. I play an off-meta class. And here I am, dude, in the Anfall Experience studio, interviewing you instead of playing. I'm not coping at all with being benched. I actually like it here. I didn't want to play, actually. If we are going to talk about me instead, playing Enhancement Shaman in this race, there's just no way you get a raid spot if there's other people to compete against. I tried really hard. I actually did a couple of... Oh!
We have some people... I mean, it's basically known that the classes are Shadow Priest and Balance Druid are really only once played in a raid, but we have some like Shadow Priest only player, for example, who just is extremely good at Shadow Priest, so why he doesn't want to play something else, but he's really good at it, so might as well just get the player, not the class. That's something we are doing.
I respect that, dude. I think a lot of guilds could learn from that. Maybe not the very top end. If they can take whatever is simming the best and performing the best, they probably should. But what you said...
If we don't wipe, we will probably be top 5. If any guild wipes, they're out of the top 5, I think.
Yeah, that might be right. Any finishing words you want to send? Or you just want to stare at me? No, you good? You're good. Okay, we're good. What was that? Sorry, can you repeat that at the end? Yeah. Alright, guys, we're gonna be back after a short break here. So this might be a good time to explain to you guys that these are pre-recorded interviews, and the only thing that's AI about them are the captions. And I interviewed these people, so yeah. Even though they might sound a bit weird because of the sound cutting and whatnot, they are not AI-generated voices. So anyway, we talked to Lex, and then we talked very briefly to Quincy from Statement. And then at the end of the night, of course we're gonna do live interviews in the studio, of course. What the fuck do you take me for? I'm best live. I'm not into pre-recorded shit, dude. But I agree with you guys that the cadence and everything...
in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Thank you so much, Tiny Dante, for the resubscription. Let me see. What time do we have? 2.5 hours. We can work with that. I still don't have... I need ICBA, to be honest, and I need who. Netic says that he gave it to me. Hey, then I do have you. You're up there. That's you. Netix. Wait, what? Synergy XOX is who actually? Okay. Let's do that. Okay, this might break it briefly. Yeah, breaking my shit for you guys. Let me see. Hey! Okay. Now we have them. Perfect. Let's fry my computer a bit more, shall we? Now, let's talk about one of the boss fights that we're gonna be watching today. Yay! I love talking about boss fights. So, this is a raid instance that has 7 bosses, right? And there's a webpage called Wipefest that is just amazing. And I'm thinking we're just gonna go over some of the basic stuff. Some of you are gonna be like, oh my god, just send me the week or a pack and I don't need to know all of this. But I actually find this to be an educational moment for myself and you. So, Wipefest, big shout out to the boys. Really good job on your webpage actually. I never looked at it before, but here we are. Yes! What the fuck? It doesn't look like I want. Production! Production! Thank you. Much better. Thank you, production. So, let's see. So, is Shannox even gonna be the first boss that gets pulled by these skills? Probably not, because here you have a little bit of an interesting thing. Shannox spawns once you defeat enough mobs. Well, what is enough? Well, if you ask an average WoW player when it comes to his performance in the bedroom, it's around 5. But if you're talking about spawning Shannox, it depends on which type of trash you kill, and he spawns in a specific part of the instance. He then patrols, and then you pick him up, right? Starts patrolling in the raid, you pull him in an area where you cleared off all the trash mobs. Or do you? Maybe you do him together with the trash. We're gonna see. But remember, all of the other bosses, well, Majordomo and Ragnaros are gated behind an actual bridge that needs to be created, but all of the other bosses are available once you enter. So what you could do is that you could rush another boss, kill Trash on your way to another boss, and then spawn Shannox together with Trash. There's a lot of interesting stuff you can do here. You don't have to start on Shannox. Alright. Now, there are some very basic stuff. He has a cleave. Who the fuck doesn't? Melee wants to stand behind him anywhere. And he has 2 dogs. So I think this one is pretty good. It shows a small little video of what happens when he targets a player with the spear. So you can see here, that's the area of effect. And it's a little swirly dirly thing. Just dodge it, bro. That's it. Just dodge the spear. You can probably dodge this even when doing trash. What I love about Wipefest, I'm not associated with Wipefest. This is not a paid fucking partnership. But I like this. Like, all of this shit, you don't need to fucking read. What to do? Dodge the spear, reset jagged tier stacks. Thank you. I'll do that. Moving on. Avoid traps and kite dog into them. Let's see what that means. Here you have a little dog. There's a little trap that will freeze the dog, and bada bing, bada boom. A very common mistake that first timers do here is that they have a hard time locating the trap. You see, it's a little bit... It is easy to see when there's not that much going on, but if you do this together with a big trash pack and other stuff, it can be really hard to see where the trap is. Okay, can I pause this? No. Okay, just be in the background and fucking roast my computer. Avoid the traps, kite the dog into traps. There's also, other than the freezing trap, something called an immolation trap. And this is, what most guilds do is that they just let a melee player tank this with a defensive. I will link this guy, don't worry. This is, I really think they did an amazing job with this actually. Arcing slash, every 10 seconds, there's this big AoE movement in front of the boss. I can tell you that when I did this with Holy Def GDKP, this cleave probably killed more people than the actual dogs did. And that has to do with how the tank positions the boss, but also people just paying attention, right? Shannox becomes a rage when Riplim and Rageface are killed. So don't kill the dogs. Magma Rupture. After Riplim is killed, don't kill the dogs. Kill the boss before he kills you. I don't think I've really seen an tactic with people killing the dogs actually. Here, limp, rip, very important thing. you will hear people in your respective guilds, in your GDKP runs, talk about reset the stacks, reset the stacks. This is the ability that they're talking about. Here you can see. Riplim attacks the tank and applies a stack of Jagged Tear. Well, he's not really going to be tanked, is he? He's going to run around and focus on people. You should trap him with Crystal Prison to reset the stacks, or during a Hurling Spear. So, sometimes you will be targeted by the dogs, and you need to outrun the dogs to drop the stacks, or else it's going to be a bad time for everyone. Other than that, I don't think there is much. Keep the dogs within range, you can't really do many crazy stuff with it. I think that's it, actually. So that is pretty much Shannox. You can do this in a couple of different ways. There's been a really interesting strategy, actually, where you tank Shannox over by the Fire River. So the raid is standing on the opposite side of a river, and the squad is standing on the other side. This forces the dogs to have to run really, really far. So that is, in very, very basic terms, how you can think about the Shannox encounter. So, maybe we should do an interview now before we go on to the next boss. Now, who have I talked to? You know what? We're gonna let one of the officers of Newman do a little bit of talking. So I spoke with the officer called Relly, and we're gonna give him a chance to briefly talk about his thoughts, rambling a little bit about his guild and the race in general. So let's cut out the music, go to the Anfall studio. So let's see if we can get this one working. There's a lot of production going on today. Sorry if I'm not interacting with chat as much as I could, but let's see if we can get Relly on the line. So, can you tell me briefly?
Rolling.
Yeah, we're rolling. Do you
Sure.
want?
I'm Rally, playing Warlock at the moment in Newman, and I guess I'm in leadership and mostly handling loot distribution and also the roster. I manage pretty much the rosters and loot overall, and also do the strats as well. Like when we have new strats or shit, like I write something about it and make sure everybody understands like what we want to try, like for practice or something. Like I have.
Yeah. Continue.
Nah, not really. I just do like sometimes callouts when there's like something happening, and we need to make sure that everyone is like on the same plan. But mostly our raid leading is Fogi's doing. I'm just like helping. Like, sometimes when we do like the stack, for example, in T11 for council, like I do the marker or something, or for Fireland race, I will do like, I don't know, some small things like marking an elemental on Ragnaros and shit we don't want to kill.
So it sounds a bit like Fogi is probably the main raid leader, and you have a little bit of, you have some assignments, you do some assistance raid leading, but then you also do a lot of shit behind the scenes when it comes to strategy, recruiting people and whatnot. We got it. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you feel about Firelands in general?
Just like helping, yeah.
Or we can talk.
Make sure that the casters are like on the right spot.
We can talk about this too.
Nobody's like clowning around. Threats.
Look, are you done talking about your role in the guild? We really want to hear about Newman's plan going into Firelands. Or you want to keep talking about yourself?
Phasing Lich King and one phasing also Syndragosa. Just blasting with the boys. It was so much fun. Everyone enjoyed the game. Everyone had fun. It was like so nice. Also the competition was really good, right? With 3 guilds, really neck and neck. It was so much fun. But for achievement or something, surely will be like winning Fireland race.
Okay, so now we speedrun a bit about your experiences with the Rifle Lich King with the boys, how fun it was. And now we are going to talk about Firelands, right? Because that's why everybody is here, right?
Surely. For the race or in general? Like when we just like talk in general, like about Firelands, and I think it's like coming up like with new strats again, like to clear the raid as fast as possible, pretty much. Like just coming up with new shit. But just I'm also a bit scared about that because of like the trash requirements. Because it can be wild, like with no trash, and then it's maybe boring. A bit scared about it, but in general, also like just having the race with the boys, like just blasting through it, having a good time. Because on PTR, like the first time, we really enjoyed actually PTR. Like it felt so much better than the last PTRs for us. Like we had so much more fun and also felt like we played so much better actually.
Yeah, the PTR experience can really make or break a guild. A good example from my end, if I get to talk a little bit, is that during
Yeah,
Uldor...
but also kind of excited to see what other guilds came up for the race, what route they're doing and shit. I'm really excited to see. Maybe boring for a few people, but I'm just excited to see the route, what people are doing to spawn Shannox or something.
Yeah, so am I. As my audience knows, Shannox isn't spawned from the start, so however you approach that is really interesting. Are you gonna rush Rhyolith, Beth'tilac, Alysrazor, spawn Shannox together with the boss? There's so many interesting stuff to talk about here. I'm thinking maybe
As a Murphy guild, right? I guess it's just as I said before. Like it will be only fun if the trash requirements are like if you just have to do.
You want to talk about speedruns?
Like the whole trash, pretty much. If you like begin from, like you have to get like they talked about, right? Like getting a VOD from you or something. So you have to start from the beginning. If they don't include trash, I think it's boring. If they include trash, it will be hype, I think, because then it will be like there will be so many options, like spawning Shannox and doing other routes. Because you can like just think about it. There's so many options, like what you need to do first or what can you do first. And without trash, I don't know, it's just like boss after boss, which is like Throne. And I guess we're good at it.
You did win Throne. That is true. That is true, actually. So, can you talk a little bit more about the meta going into Firelands? What has been Newman's plan when it comes to which classes to pick?
Perfectly, bro.
You like my question, or? Okay, so about the meta in Firelands, could you tell me a little bit about that?
I will be Majordomo, bro. Not falling
What?
asleep for 7 minutes will be hard, bro. It's legit. I think it will be actually the hardest boss, especially we have a Soaker team, right? I guess most people have. And running in and out for 7 minutes, bro, it's tedious. If you fuck it up once, the boss is way longer. And I guess on a real note, maybe it's for us, it's Alysrazor, because maybe we should watch out for it, but we will do like crazy pull.
Oh, hyping up the audience, doing a little bit of a crazy pull, going into Alysrazor. Yeah, I asked about that a couple of minutes ago, but you wanted to talk about Syndragosa and ICC speedrunning, so it kind of fell flat to the audience. But okay, so Majordomo, boring, important, Alysrazor, risky, watch out for that. Maybe I'll be watching your point of view. If you guys get a big lead over progress, maybe we'll see your point of view when it comes to Alysrazor, but there's a high risk that it won't be a big disparity between the guilds until then, and maybe I'll have to watch the VOD after you guys are done. I hope that's fine.
I think it's way easier than like T11 was just a lot of raids, right? 3 raids at the same time, so you couldn't really focus on one raid or like on only 7 bosses. So I think it's easier because it doesn't feel like RNG as well, like with Neff or something, where you get like mind controls and it's like way different every time. It's like always the same. You just have to play. It feels like a little bit like Lich King, but without the RNG of the tank being one shot. It just feels nice, I think, and it's not too hard. I would say if you like watch a few guides and always do the same, you will just progress in the fight, and it will be. I think it's way easier than T11. At least it felt for us.
I've completely lost you. I have no idea. I don't even know what you're going to talk about next. Honestly, I have no idea. What do you feel like talking about?
No. I think it's for us. It felt more like already speedrunning, so I think it's not that hard. Fits really easy, which is like they even buffed the HP of a few bosses and like a bit of the damage, but the damage didn't really matter, at least for us. Like it still felt the same. But for HP, like few bosses, they have way too much HP. Example like Majordomo, right? The fight doesn't bring anything. It's just the same for 7 minutes. But overall, I think the raid is really easy.
Yeah, you really don't like the Majordomo fight at all. How do you feel like the difficulty in Fireland stacks up against previous raids?
I think the hardest raid yet we had in Classic was ICC, I think, without the buffs.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say, you guys better fucking appreciate how good that transition was when I asked the question. Okay, back to Rally.
First week, Lich King, I think, was the hardest, just with the RNG of tanks being one-shot. If I need to compare to other raids for us in Classic, we killed Ragnaros on the first day or second day, and we didn't really struggle. And for example, for Lich King, in Wrath of the Lich King.
Look, let me just stop you. This feels like you want to make other guilds feel insecure. Oh, we didn't even struggle. It almost felt like a speedrun when we went in. It's like you're trying to make the competitors feel a bit uneasy and stuff. How was it when... okay, let's take Lich King, for example. Did that feel the same?
We struggled hard on that boss. It was really hard to kill it on PTR, especially with the ping. And if you can just, I don't know, kill the boss on PTR on the second day, I don't think it's a hard raid.
Fair. I can respect that take. So let me see. What else do you want to talk about? You're in the studio. The floor is yours. Talk about anything you want, actually.
Speedrunning. There will be mages for sure, bro. It will be completely busted, I think.
Oh God,
The stuff
speedrunning
will be
again.
Just getting the power level on another dimension. Also, a few bosses. It will be same as in Bastion, like in T11. Speedrunning. There's some bosses like Rhyolith and Alysrazor. I don't know. You can just abuse the boss mechanics like to do insane damage, especially like Alysrazor. It just feels like Anfall Shogal.
Did you just fucking call the boss Shogal Anfall? Is that based on how it looks, or what the fuck happened here?
Like you can just abuse it, bro. It's, I don't know, disgusting. But for the race, I think it's DKs and Hunters actually, especially for Majordomo, because you can aim S every seed, which is so busted. For race, yeah, I think it will be Death Knights and Hunters on Ragnaros. And for the first, I don't know, 4 or 5 bosses, mages will carry, especially, as I already said, Rhyolith and Alysrazor, just abusing the boss mechanics.
Yeah, that's really likely that's gonna happen. Let's see. Do we have anything else to talk about? We have a couple more minutes to fill here. At the end of the day, this is part of a pretty big production. I was hoping that you could give some really important insight, share something.
We thought about it, and I think we have somewhere, I don't know, maybe 15 mages. Like it will be, if you can manage to get people to play mage. It's just disgusting. You don't really need a melee for any boss. They're not really necessary. But actually, maybe you don't want to hear it, but maybe Elemental is also good with the buffs.
Yeah, you're right. I really don't want to hear this.
But yeah, I think 15 mages could be a good way.
All right, 15 mages, huh? Yeah, that sounds really promising for Fireland speedruns later on. So I wish you best of luck tonight in the race.
Yeah, but no, it's just like bring 1 to get buffs and shit. Or something like maybe 2 for other bosses, but mostly will be mages, because if you contain trash again, like in the rule set, like mages, like the combustion, right? It's just too broken. It's just too disgusting. Which is
right. You only want to talk about mages, huh? You really don't want to talk about anything else, right? Okay, great. Thanks for showing up, Bradley. And sorry, what was that?
Sure.
Sure. Yeah, mages was mentioned. I can actually tell you, because this was pre-recorded and I have the transcript. The word mage appeared 76 times in an 11-minute transcript. So mages, dude. That is what I am taking away from this interview. Now, let's see. Remember, if you want to ask me something directly, there's no chance for me to see it unless you @Anfall, then maybe I have a chance of seeing it, yeah? So that is something that you guys can do if you have a direct question for me. For the people who just tuned in and are like, what the fuck is this? This is pre-recorded interviews with some of the people in some of the guilds that are partaking today. So that is what we're doing. We're going over the boss fights. I'm presenting the guilds that we are going to be covering tonight. And yeah, that's what's up. Still 2 more hours before it starts. Derpy says, why do you still play Shaman? I didn't know I had a choice. Sar says, you suck butts. That's wild. Thank you so much for that. As you guys can see, we have a giveaway. Where the fuck is my thumb? That way. So if you want to partake in today's giveaway, you can type that, and by the end of tonight's production, we will draw 1 lucky winner who gets a chance at an Corsair Skimitar, which is their MMO mouse.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Prestige World War ID2 subscribe for 4 months. Thank you so much, dude. Sky says, do you have statement covered up for race 2? Yes. And we already, sadly, if you're a statement chill, we already did the interview with Quincy. So he's already said a few words about the race from his point of view. Now, behind me right here, if you just tuned in, we have a multi-pov of all the guilds that I will be covering tonight. Now, let me just go over it again. Here? Yeah, is that where it is? You can see from the top, let me introduce the champions. Number 1, we are gonna be tracking with the API provided by Warcraft Logs live logging championship mode. Progress, the current world record
DPS,
holders.
It doesn't matter what your actual
What the
number
fuck?
is. All that
Why
matters
does this
is what
happen
you
again?
identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k
Thank you again,
DPS.
Prestige World War II. Then we have Newman, who just barely lost. They were really close to winning. That's not API, it's a JPEG. Ha! Can a JPEG update in real time? Maybe it can actually, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I know Prestige, it was a bug. So then we have Polar, North America's biggest hope. Can I get some, if you are an NA fan, can you please type something in the chat right now to represent how strongly you feel for your region? Now, let me just say, NA, nobody saw them even being part of it, but they did really well in the race to World First Tier 11. So that's why they're number 3. USA, USA, USA. Here. Who? And who? I believe is also North American. They also partook in the race to World First Tier 11. They did much better than they thought. Maybe today they will climb a little bit in the rankings again. Then we have the Germans, Statement. Then we have Step Brothers, who we are going to be showcasing the interview with next, from a player called Kaisman. I believe he does like weak auras for warrior DPS and tanks and shit. Now, we have 2 more guilds that I have prepared to shoutcast today. So 2 more. And they are very hard to rank. Right now, there's like a chronological order based on previous performances. Most likely to win at the top, less likely to win goes down the list. But then you also have these guys. I can't pronounce their name. It basically means don't be upset. They are a coalition. Can you call it that? A reborn version of the Russian guild that is led by the same people who, I think they got world top 5 in tier 10. So we actually have an interview, and if you are an enhancement shaman enjoyer like myself, we have an interview with Cop7. So this is the Russian super guild that was built and trained in the Siberian winter to come out of nowhere and just take this world first. And at the bottom we have the number 3 seed in the fastest tier 11 clears, Eternal. I couldn't find Eternal in the Race to World First tier 11, but they have been number 3. So they haven't been sweating and tryharding as much as Progress in Newman in speedruns, but Eternal is a speedrunning guild. But this time around, they are gonna try to push for getting a nice ranking here as well. So that's what we got. There's other guilds that are going, but I can't cover all of them. So these are the ones that I'm gonna be covering live, and if other guilds pull ahead, I guess we're gonna have to just accept that we are behind. Now, let's see here. Let me sort out the next we got coming up. So, maybe we should do the Russian Super Guild. Let's talk with their representative, Cop7, the enhancement shaman GOAT, the man with the most characters in All-Stars on Warcraft logs. Let me just say, in the top 100 All-Stars across all classes, there is one player that has 3 enhancement shamans. This man is collecting more All-Star points than anyone else. He's just yoinking all of this. He's taking it all, dude. And now he's racing. So, let's go and see what he had to say about his guild and his thoughts about tier 12 that when I interviewed him earlier today. So let's see if we can get this working. Production! Stop music. And ladies and gentlemen, the Russian Super Guild representative, Cop7. Can I get some applaud in the chat?
My nickname is Cop7. I'm from Latvia, and in Kata I'm currently playing Enhancement and Frost Decay. And I play with the Russian guild until we disbanded after tier 10 race. And our new roster for Kata is actually very fresh. I think we started playing and preparing just this September, but still we have really some good players here because we merged with other Russian guilds. So yeah, I'm ready to play.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this interview as a non-Russian speaking player. As a non-German speaking player, it can be really hard to know what's going on in that part of the scene, like what guilds exist, how good are they. So can you tell me a little bit about your guild's background, some of your best memories and stuff like that? He's getting Google Translate, guys. He just needs to find out what he said. He's listening right now to his smartphone.
Yeah, for me it's for sure tier 10 race, because I think we really had the pace for, I think, world second there. But then some tragedy happened on Lich King, so we wiped and ended up taking the 4th place, which also is alright. But still, I think I played really well back then. So for me, it was a peak gameplay.
Nice. So was there any other race in Rap that you really enjoyed?
Also, older race was very fun. The results were really underwhelming back then, but I think we ended up taking 9th place, but our guild was struggling back then because the war, disconnects and stuff. But we actually progressed older twice that night. So at first we raced on Tekal, which was fresh European server where we played. And then same night we went to Russian server and stole Realm First there. So it was.
I mean, I guess it's nice to get Realm First on a no-name server that anybody cares about, and then you go and take another Realm First just to like steal it from all the casuals that have no chance of ever gaining anything. So you're just taking everything from all these losers all around Europe. It has to feel really good to do that. I understand. Nobody knew you guys even did this. Like, the race to world first was over. Beef Bar won, Progress got second, but you guys are just walking around, stealing titles from everyone. It's a pretty Giga Chad move, actually.
So yeah, we raced twice.
Respect that, actually. Take that shit, dude. Take what's yours, king. Now, what do you want to talk about now?
We had tragedy on Lich King, so I think it was our
Okay, so I understand that the tragedy on Lich King is very traumatic for you, and maybe you just need to get something off your chest. Maybe you just have something you want to say to the rest of the world why you guys didn't win.
main tank mistake, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. So yeah, we lost 10 or 15 minutes. We have Murphy, Asura, I think you know him,
Yeah, I do.
and other guys.
Yeah, I know Asura and Murphy from private servers.
Probably
and,
for
yeah.
me, it's the fact that it is very short compared to previous tiers. It means I can maintain and play more characters because I still have lots of 80 characters that I just CBA playing because I need to level them, then I need to play them every week. So yeah, right now I just play I think 6 characters, but I think I'll level up more for Firelands.
I mean, that's kind of wild that you only have like 6 characters and 3 of them are. I think you got rank 1, 2, 3 on Enhancement Shaman All-Star points. And then, yeah, you just completely dominated there. And I think if you take all the top 100 All-Star players in Classic and you combine all of your characters, you have the most All-Star points out of anyone. So congratulations on being the biggest all-star collector in the world. Congrats.
If to talk about speedrunning stuff, I think it has some potential to be very interesting and promising tier because this rate is non-linear. So there's gonna be some room for some creativity, I don't know. But at the same time, you know how cancerous meta is probably going to be later in this tier. So I don't really know if I'm that excited. Also, I really like Ragnaros as encounter. I feel like this is the first modern WoW boss, at least in terms of how his abilities works, you know. I mean, honestly, I don't have an idea, but it's going to be mages. I think I can assume that. I don't know how many and what other classes, but it's mages for sure.
I don't know if it's your accent or something else, but I just feel afraid that I'm gonna say something that's gonna upset you, and then you're just gonna go on like a rant and say a bunch of dangerous stuff. But you also seem really nice, actually. Maybe I shouldn't be afraid of you.
Probably, I'm not sure, but after these recent changes, maybe Elemental is going to be good, but not sure. You know
Sure,
about
talk about the
these
Elemental Shaman,
tier
dude.
set changes, yeah?
Yeah,
I don't think it is that hard, especially when you get the gear. But I even think that Ragnaros is easier than Lich King, because we actually had way less pulls on him. I think he's really easier. And when you get the gear, you just don't have that many gear checks anymore. Once tanks and healers figure out how to do Baleroc and other fights, it's a face roll, let's say.
Yep, that's pretty fair. I heard that from other guilds too. So what do you want to talk about now? You have a couple more minutes here. You have the audience. You have the floor.
It's bad.
What?
It doesn't provide any utility. I would be glad if they didn't buff enhancement very good, but if they just, I don't know, improved our utility, made our healing stronger, it would be very nice.
Are you gonna flame Enha?
But overall, it feels alright.
Yeah.
I can say it's optimal in any way.
Okay.
I'm mostly playing it just for the memes,
All
but
right.
at the same time, it's not really bad either. I just like playing Enhance in speedrun environment because you don't have any cooldowns, so you don't care if you pull bosses with trinkets on CD, so I really like it. And of course, I think it's very good on large trash pools. Only a class that can out DPS us is probably mages if they do their combust. If you have long and I'd say 10 target pools, you tier S, I'd say. If you compare how classes compare to each other to Vraz, actually in Kata we are very close to top classes. I think the difference isn't more than like 10%. I'm not sure. I think in Vraz it was much more difference between worst and best class.
That's true. That's true. Thank you so much, Cop, for coming on. Really happy that we got some insight there. Now, let me just say that we have a couple people in the chat that are bringing some sort of beef, some sort of cringe stuff about haha, guild bad, guild good, haha, XD. There's a DM function that me and everybody else would love for you guys to find. So, please, I will time you out because it's not funny to anybody else. So relax. If somebody rage baits you, just block them and we can move on. All of my moderators tonight have completely free. They have been unchained. Their ball and chain has been left at home in tier 11. They will ban you and they will time you out during the race if you misbehave. I don't need that shit. I don't want to see that shit. So relax. So stop this banter. Scrooms is gonna be my major janitor today. He is probably gonna be on a killing spree. Wishing the best. Okay.
So in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Renbergs, Borenbergs. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Scarpa. I don't know if he is gonna be able to enjoy advertisement-free Anfa stream today. He is hopefully gonna be focusing on playing the actual game, Scarpa. Go to the meeting. Don't be in my chat. You should be in the guild meeting. Holy Palace Faces, I'll be here modding. You know what? That's probably the right call, actually. Do that. So, let's see here. Let's talk about the boss number 2, shall we? Rhyolith. Rhyolith. Let's see. Can we go like this? Boom! Wipefest. Rhyolith. Now, I don't know. What do you guys think? Are there gonna be guilds who start on Rhyolith? We already talked about the fact that Shannox needs to be spawned, so traveling to one of the other bosses, killing trash on the way or killing trash later is probably really appealing to many of these guilds. Do you think that Rhyolith start and then maybe rocket boot parachuting to somewhere else on the map is gonna be something that we're gonna see? Psychotic says it's either gonna be Rhyolith or Beth'tilac. Yeah. It's a hard, I think that depending on the route that guilds take, I think some guilds are gonna start by first blooding Rhyolith and some are gonna do Beth'tilac. So, it's a two-phase fight. You know what else is two-phased? Church vibes. Anyway, so let's see here. Phase 1, steer the boss over active volcanoes. So here you can see a little bit of a chat. Church, if you're watching, I'm just bantering, I'm just joking. So I think this video shows it really cool that when you're hitting one of the legs, if the majority of the DPS goes on one or the second leg, it will force the boss to steer. So that is how you control the boss so it doesn't go off the platform. Then you have a little bit of a AoE damage that you just heal through. And then you have this ability that you need to dodge. You see this volcano right here? This is something straight out of tier... When did we have this? Isn't this like Supremus in tier 6? Didn't he have this exact ability, but it was green? Right? Wasn't that Supremus? Yes. Well, I can tell you this much. It was more dangerous when Supremus did it. Now that I think about it, this fight and Supremus has a lot in common, actually. So, dodge the volcanoes, everything is good. Just heal through if people take damage. Now, you have one ability that actually melee players can dodge. Hey! You can actually dodge this incoming damage. Look, look, look. You can see these things on the ground. Don't stand in it. Hey! And then it explodes. Now, this ability is a piece of shit to see if you play with low graphic settings. I actually think the guy who recorded this to show this has an amazing graphic setting. It looks so crisp. I can tell you that for me, it doesn't look as good as it does on his computer. It looks really clean, but maybe that's also because it's 10-man, so there's not that much shit going on. That could also be a thing. But yeah, just move out of it. Obsidian armor, just steer the boss. Steer the boss from the magma so he doesn't drink it. Everything turns to shit if that happens. He spawns a bunch of ads. You just kill the ads. He spawns a third type of ad. Kill the ad. So, if you are a bit of a mage enjoyer and you realize, wait, are you telling me that this boss fight has a fuck ton of trash spawning? Does that mean we can combust the trash and hurt the boss? The answer is yes. So, be careful. What? Another form of ads? Okay, phase 2. When Rhyolith reaches 25%, his obsidian armor shatters and phase 2 will begin. This is a burning phase. So I think this video showcases it pretty well. Here, look at him. He got all, he took off all of his clothes. He's naked now. And you have to kill him because it's not appropriate to have a naked elemental on your screen. So he has to die fast. Yeah, dodge the beam, heal it through, burn the boss, heal through, heal through. I feel like this is a big part of many of the mechanics, many of these bosses. Beth'tilac has something similar. Majordomo has something similar that, well, Majordomo you can kind of reset, but many of the bosses inside of Firelands has this soft enrage mechanic that they have a buff that just increases, and the faster you kill it, the better. But the thing is that the DPS check is really easy. This is probably the easiest heroic out of all of them. If you have 0 PTR experience, you want to play with your buddies, you want to go in and have fun, Rhyolith is the perfect place to start. You will get good loot, you won't have to spend that much time getting it. It's a great way to start Firelands, in my opinion. People are asking me, what is this website? It's called Wipefest, and it's actually, I think they did an amazing job for Firelands, setting it up and everything. So if you don't really know the tactics going into Firelands, wipefest.gg, and then you can check each of the bosses. And we have around 1 hour and 40 minutes until we start, so we have plenty of time to go over all of the bosses. So, we know that they can start on Rhyolith, but they can also choose to start on Beth'tilac. I guess, in theory, they could start by clearing trash and start on Shannox as well, but I haven't really heard anybody that is planning to do that. So, let's go straight over to Beth'tilac. Here we go, Beth'tilac. So, this fight has 2 phases. In my opinion, yeah, it has 2 phases, but phase 1 is a bit of a cyclic in the way that it works. So, let me just quickly walk it through. So, phase 1 is all about having people that go up, that climb up little nets that fall from the sky, and they fight Beth'tilac upstairs. And then you have the rest of the raid downstairs that are taking care of all of the shit that is spawning. That is the best word I can use to describe it, yeah? So here you have a good example on how to kill the ads that create the webs so you can go up. So you can see that there's one web which it climbs down, and then there's another web that you can click there on the left or there on the right. So kill the mob, climb up, easy peasy, you go upstairs. So, there is a certain type of mob that is called a drone. This is Korean, so I have no idea what you call it in Korean. But it is basically targeting the tank here, and it does like this type of spray. And this is probably a sort of a wipe mechanic that if this drone would fixate on someone and then do that spray on the entire raid, you are gonna have your Eastern European raid leader shout slurs at you. So don't do that. Just, if you get fixated by it, if you're tanking it, face it away and it's gonna be fine, okay? You can just face tank this. You don't need to be scared. Just face it away. Kill ads before they explode. Usually you will see Shadow Priests, Moonkins, Elemental Shamans being really high on the damage meter on this fight. And that is because of these, you see these little things that are rushing towards the raid here. These yellow spiders. They need to be killed. Because otherwise they are gonna be like, yeah, and explode. So you're gonna have those classes that I just mentioned. You spawn killing them over and over, like you're playing Fee Pool Party on CS 1.6. You're 16 years old, and somebody has a younger sibling who is actually good at Counter-Strike, and he's just killing you on spawn. Here you have a showcasing of what it looks like upstairs. Hey, fighting on the webs, are we? Dude, I have to say, this guy's graphic settings, fucking pristine. Look how clean the game looks. What is this? I need to know what shadow settings he's playing on. It looks so crisp. Honestly, even somebody in Holy Def GDKP could dodge a mechanic if they had this clean of a layout. So yeah, this fire explosion thing, you can just out-heal it. Then we also have meteors. Guys, when was the first time that we had a meteor boss mechanic in Classic? Is it Ankiraj? Or Ankirai? I don't know how to say it. Ankirahi? Ankiraji? Ankirayi? That was a meteor. Was that the first time we had that? I actually don't know. Either way, just like the dinosaurs, we WoW players have had a long time to learn how to dodge meteors. Don't stand in it, you will be fine. Bunch of ads, bunch of ads, bunch of ads. Avoid the frontal, bunch of ads. Heal, 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 bunch of ads. Phase 2. After the spider jumps down 3 times, she becomes so pissed that she's just gonna stay down. And then she has a soft enrage called Frenzy. Let's see, she does a tank mechanic that is called Windows Kiss, where you do a tank swap. And if any of the ads are alive, they are gonna heal the boss. And then you just DPS her down. But this Frenzy stacks up, right? So you need to have enough oomph to kill the boss fast enough. But I would expect the Beth'tilac is gonna be one of the first bosses to die for most guilds. So we're probably gonna see a lot of Beth'tilacs in the next coming hours. Albino, thank you so much for complimenting the suit, man. It's the same one I wore to a friend's wedding a couple weeks ago. I had to try it out. When I was walking on the wedding, I was thinking like, could this work for Firedance? Could this fucking work, bro? And after I had a couple of beers in me, I was like, this could fucking work. This could fucking work. Okay. Now, let's see. We have 1 hour and 35 minutes. Perfect, actually. Perfect. That gives me enough time to go over the remaining interviews that I had done as a pre-game show for today. So, if you haven't seen it, we have a giveaway that is ongoing at the end of the night. One lucky person in the chat is gonna win a MMO mouse from Corsair. It's called the Skimitar. So if you type !Anfall Skimitar, you should enter the giveaway. Let me see that it's working. How many of you have managed to join? 35 of you have managed to join so far. Not too bad, not too bad. So this might be a good time to mention this. You guys have sort of come accustomed to the fact that Corsair, which is a peripheral but also hardware company, they've been sponsoring these type of productions since ICC. And the fact that we are able to do these type of giveaways, show some light on this very fringe part of esport, if you even can call it that. It's more like a fringe part of MMO speedrunning or whatever.
So in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number
Oh,
is.
thank you.
All that matters is
Thank
what
you,
you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as
Thank
if
you
you're
so much,
15k
Kenkan.
DPS.
But I just want to say that my contract with them ends this winter, so you might not have too many chances of getting your Corsair peripherals. And it's been amazing to be able to do this type of giveaways, actually. Okay, let's see. We should do another interview, shouldn't we? Who should we do next? We have done Statement. We did Lex from Progress. We did Bradley from Newman. We did Quincy from Statement. And we did Cop 7. Should we do one of the big interviews? Should we do maybe Eternal? Let's do Eternal, actually. North America. You guys ready to hear a native English speaker? That's crazy, actually. That's crazy. Let's see if we can hook this up with the production.
Yeah,
Oi, straight into it, dude. Let's fucking go, dude. I like the energy.
I'm Madex. I'm the Guildmaster and Raid Leader for Eternal. I flex around most roles, like in the Raid. And Kata, I've been the Feral off tank for us. It's pretty easy compared to like tier 11. I feel like much of the tank jobs are kind of like slimmed down. I feel like you're mostly just going Cat the entire raid. I think for the tanking, it's a lot. I think tier 11 had a lot more tank responsibility. I think overall, day 1 raiding, I think probably the later bosses in tier 11 were harder, with the exception of Rag. I think the early bosses in both raids are pretty chill.
Let me just say, compared to the Europeans who have to think about every word that they say, this guy is so fast at speaking. Let me just say that this is going to be hard for all the Euros out there to even keep up with this. So we're going to try our best to follow your track of thought here. Okay. Let me just... I'm tired of this, actually. Have fun.
I think the difficulty is similar to like maybe like ICC 0, with the exception of Lich King, which I think is harder than Rag. Oh, in Classic, I'd say for Classic specifically speedrunning, I think obviously you did a bunch of ICC, but like landing the first 0 room Lich King kill in our speedrun was super exciting. I'm not sure which guild landed it first. You know, we looked at a lot of VOD review and we spent a lot of time practicing. So when we landed at mid speedrun, you know, it was really a good feeling. Yeah, so Eternal, we're mostly a speedrunning focused guild. We don't really focus on progression racing.
Bro, do you even breathe? I can't keep up. You are impossible to interview. You speak so fast. I mean, you're likable and I love the cadence and everything, but this is... I can barely process what you're saying. Like, maybe I'm just a boomer and shit and I just can't process what's going on, but you're so fast. Do you have anything to say?
Although
okay.
this time around,
yeah,
since the way PTR scheduling kind of worked out, we got a lot more PTR time in. So we were able to do a couple of full clears. So we're pretty comfortable with most of the bosses. So our goal tonight, I guess, would be to go in and be able to full clear within an hour, 2 hours. Obviously, not like a racing pace, but you know, we want to get quick clears done. I'm looking forward to having a 1 instance tier again. I think tier 11 with the multiple instances kind of led to a few problems. I think having 1 instance to focus on will lead to like more creativity and better tech for speedruns. I think when you have multiple like instances like tier 11, people get less well, tier 11 specifically also had much less flexibility in the raid routes. I think you'd probably agree that tier 11 raids were really linear, so you really couldn't express yourself much, right?
True. Is it my turn to speak now? So yeah, I agree. The non-linearity of the raid makes it much more interesting because you have so many options, especially now you can start on 2 different bosses in speedruns, how we're going to deal with Shannox, what type of rule sets are we going to get. I also think the Firelance is way more hyped than tier 11.
Oh, it's really hard to say because I've been reading a bunch of the discussion too, and it's kind of without having like VOD review, which is obviously not something Warcraft Blog wants to implement. It's kind of tricky because you get into the position where it's, I think the best start is a middle ground of including the trash that is attached to all the bosses without having to like necessarily include all. Well, I think you should start the run at a boss with and then require all the trash that's attached to each boss. So the tricky part here is, I think when you look to like Alysrazor, for example, you can get really technical with how you want to pull stuff into the birds, which do splash damage. I'm sure you see, you know. So it's kind of fuzzy. I'm not sure what the best play is, and until we see a lot of tech, it's going to be hard to make a rule set.
Yeah, most definitely. So, what do you think when it comes to Firelands speedruns? Are your guild gonna partake? What are your general thoughts? How do you feel about mages in general? That's the big thing that community is wondering about at this point. You were talking so much earlier. You have nothing now?
I think like most people would probably say it's probably going to be a mage world that we're living in. Probably more so than tier 11, I imagine, with the staff predominance, right? Although, you know, hopefully I'm wrong. I like more diverse comps. I think full class stacking can get a little boring sometimes.
Yeah, as an enhancement shaman, I totally agree. If it's my turn to speak now, mages just completely dominating kind of forces guild to force people to re-roll. And I'm kind of against that. I like the idea of pick the player, not the class. So, yeah, for me particularly, I'm forced.
We had 7 or 8 in tier 11. I'd say I would guess 12 to 13. We'll see if I'm right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, nobody wants to hear what you have to say anyway, Anfal. Fuck you, Anfal. True. This isn't an Anfal interview. This is a Madex from Eternal interview. Anyway, thank you so much to Madex for taking the time to do this. Now, the way I understood it, there's at least one more NA guild that is going tonight that is ambitious. Maybe they want to get world first, NA first. I've seen some of the, what do you say, the banter, though it hasn't been really enjoyable and stuff that's been going on. So, would it be possible to just can people just write in the chat if there's any guilds that I've forgotten that I'm not tracking, and we still have time for me to probably fix that? So, if you don't know, these are the guilds that I'm currently tracking, right? So you have Progress, Newman, Polar, the 1, 2, 3 in tier 11. You have Who, you have the Germans, you have Step Brothers, and at the bottom you have 2 guilds that didn't really partake in the tier 11 race, but they have a strong roster. So I would really appreciate if you guys are like, there's a guild missing here, and I can probably sort that. All right. Should we go and cover maybe the next boss? It's still 128. Until we start. I'm looking at the multipov. There's plenty of people still offline. Let me see that it isn't just a loading issue. I don't think so, though. No, they just haven't gone online yet. That's fine. Right, let's talk about the next boss in Firelands. So the people that have done PTR and stuff, this is a very brief overview of the bosses. You guys probably know them. We are gonna talk about a boss. I have no fucking clue how it works. I am a melee player. I've actually been in the air more than once doing it, so I guess I should know what I'm talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. We are gonna talk about Alysrazor. One of the words that is the hardest for an AI-generated transcript to type out. I've seen many emo versions of the name of this boss, but this is how you spell it. Somebody asks you on the street, this is how you spell it. And if you can spell it successfully, you're better than state-of-the-art AI. So that might be good for your confidence. Anyway, so this boss has multiple phases. Or rather, it's 2 phases, but they have very well definitive parts to them. So, if at the very start you have Alysrazor coming down, flying across, you see these little feathers on the ground. I believe if you pick up 3 of them, you are able to whee into the sky. You can see one guy here on the left just going, and you have a buff then. And the only way for you to keep flying is by refreshing the buff. How do you refresh the buff? You could either fly through the little rings, it's like Diddy Kong Racing in Nintendo 64, or you can pick up new feathers when Alice decides to drop them on the ground. You want to be in the sky because I believe it gives you haste, and some classes with haste are just ridiculous, right? So here is the POV of what it could look like in the sky. So here you see a ring, and the feral goes through them, nicely showcasing how it works. Really easy, he gets his buff refreshed, he doesn't fall down, he gets a ton of haste. Why is this important? Well, there's a big chance. I would say most guilds are probably gonna try to do something crazy with this buff. Because when you're flying around here in the sky, picking up these little things, and you get the damage haste buff, you can do some crazy stuff with pulling stuff into Alysrazor Arena. So it's a high risk, maybe, but extremely high reward if you can use the extra DPS on your flying players. So it's going to be really interesting to see how guilds do it, how aggressive they dare to be while doing it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Down at the ground, however, you still need to stay alive, and if you are a tank, there are two tankable mobs. There are these little chickens, as I like to call them. And these chickens need to be taken care of. Wusai says, I have time for a quick interview. Thank you so much, Wusai. But I actually don't have time for you. I'm sorry. But I do cover you in the multi-stream POV. Let's move on. Tanks. Move the ad to the lava worm. That is true. So you see the little chicken has gotten red and very, very angry. And he just gets dragged to the worm. He eats the worm and he relaxes. So here you see the little turrets, as I like to call them. If you walk into this flame, you will not only die from fire damage, you will also get a second wave of flaming from your raid leader or, again, Eastern European GDKP organizer. Do not get flamed by these, and you will not get flamed by your guild. Here you can see a little fire on the ground that you also have to dodge. A lot of stuff going on. Oi, oi, oi. So much for the TikTok zoomer brain. Can't handle it. Need my Ritalin to perform. There's also a meteor spawning in the middle of the room at certain points of the fight. This meteor needs to die because then it becomes an object that you can hide behind when the boss decides to do his like firestorm or whatever. So as soon as the meteor is attackable, you want to kill it, but please don't be in front of it or you will get steamrolled by the meteor. So here is an example of when they're hiding behind it. Here you have it. Oi, oi, oi. Dodging the firestorm. Incredible mechanic, very hard to execute. Then you should have a lot of ads, a lot of information about them. We're not going to talk about specific ads. They just need to be killed. If you fall behind too much on the DPS on any of these ads up here, the druid, the chickens, yeah, then it's gonna fucking suck. You're gonna get overwhelmed and you are gonna die. But they're pretty easy to kill as well. So here's an example of the, what do you call it? What do you call this phase? Tornado phase? Now the boss is flying around. It can still be attacked if you are within melee range, and this bird has a huge melee range. And then you see all of these little tornadoes. You want to dodge these tornadoes. And there's a very easy trick to doing it, which is that as long as you run behind, if you follow a tornado, you will not get hit by it or a conflicting tornado. So if a tornado comes past you, you start going after it. And then another tornado come, go after that one. Then a tornado come, go after that one. So you're like moving like this always behind the tornado and you will not die. Very easy. You will thank me later. Here you have the phase where Alysrazor is just hard chilling, sleeping more than progress mages when they don't crit on their combust. So nothing interesting going on here. And that should be it. Here you see the little bird becoming active again. It's very important that healers just heal through this damage. It's not hard. Just pop an anti-magic zone, whatever, heal through it. It's not hard. You're gonna be fine. And then the fight basically starts over from the start. So you could technically kill the boss right here and only do it once. That's a fast kill. But most people doing this for the first time are probably gonna have to do it 2 times. I would say that is what most guilds are expected to be doing. But if you want to win the race to world first, you probably are gonna be doing only 1 set of this. You should have that DPS, I believe. I see people asking, yo, what is this web page? It's called wipefest.gg. I think they have put up amazing content for Firelands, actually. And I figured I wanted to showcase a little bit what they've been cooking. It's a nice way for me to just introduce the bosses that we're gonna have tonight. Yeah, amazing website. Go there. Yeah, good stuff. Alright. Man, I'm hyped, dude. It's gonna be... the only thing that I'm a bit scared of is that I will completely miss following one of the players. That is what I'm afraid of. Let's say some guild comes out of nowhere and I'm not covering them. And yeah, that's gonna fucking suck, dude. So I'm really hoping that I haven't forgotten any of the real competitors. Let me see if I have gotten... let me see. Wusai TV. Yes, I got that. That's good. Alright. Yeah, I'm in no way affiliated with Whitefest, by the way.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
I think I just say 10 then. And get 2 more mages in. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck on getting 2nd place. Yeah. Good luck on getting 2nd place. And getting 2nd place. Yeah. Good luck on getting 2nd place.
Thank you so much for the sub, Lex. Appreciate it a ton. Thank you. Munzi says, is the VOD of tonight going to be available tomorrow? Yes. So my plan immediately when I close the stream is that I'm gonna put the VOD up on YouTube, and I am also gonna be downloading it to my computer, and hopefully I manage to save it until it becomes completely guttered by music restrictions and stuff. Because as you guys know, I am just playing the music that I like. Apparently there's something called copyright claim, so I make no money whatsoever, but I believe that the production value is just so much better if you have banger music. And I would honestly, non-copyright streaming music, it's just not good. I'm sorry, but it's just not that good. And I know you can hide the VOD track and not stream music in the VOD. I've heard about it, but to me, these type of shoutcasts and these type of things should always be experienced live. And I'll maybe in the future try to cut the audio track a little bit for you guys for the VOD. But yeah. Holy Pulse says, will we have Undulatus? I didn't even know it was possible to start a race without Undulatus. Do you know how much ad revenue those guys have gotten from me? It's actually crazy. I looked at, you know, the companies that copyright strike your YouTube and Twitch and shit. The Undulatus company must be like, who the fuck is this guy? Why does he keep using
in DPS,
it?
it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Nord, thank you so much, man. Thank you. And again, thank you so much to the people who support my stream like this. But I just wanted to say, you don't have to feel like you need to support me financially by subbing and stuff. You should do it so you can experience this event without advertisement. That is cool. But I do this because this is my biggest hobby ever. This production that I put together, I love doing it. I hope you guys appreciate the shit that I do. But at the end of the day, this is my hobby.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your
Fuck
actual
me,
number
dude.
is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Alright, I'm such a fucking hypocrite. Thank you so much, Kaufman. I really appreciate it. I've said this before, and the best way that I look at this is that you have bought me so many beers at this point that if instead of gifting me subs, if you would have gifted me a beer at the bar, I would have liver damage at this point. Thank you so much for the continuous support, man. Thank you so much. And if you did get gifted just now by Kaufman, why not say thank you? It's the least you can do. You get advertisement-free content. Forever Psychotic says, Anfal, 1 sub equals 1 beer. I mean, that's just the way I try to look at the gesture, right? You guys support me. It's a bit like you guys, hey Anfal, I like the stuff that you do. Here, have a beer. It's just the way that I see it. Where do I ship the beers? Do not ship the beers to me. Do not do that. You guys are actually autistic and take things way too literally. Anyway, we should have 1 hour and 15 minutes to go. We still have a couple more bosses to talk about. And we have...
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k
Thank you so
DPS.
much for these subs.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you
Thank
identify
you.
as. If you
Thank
identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k
Silent
DPS.
OP and Tagnoodle, thank you so much for the support. Moving on.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Thank you so
in
much.
DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Morgan.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Morgan, Mackis, Lumpy Blast, thank you guys so much. If the previous guys offered me a beer, I'm not sure what you guys did. Probably offered me something illegal. Thank you so much for the support. I think that was everyone. I don't want to forget someone. Thank you so much. Okay, during the race, I will not have sub alerts, okay? Because it stun locks me.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Hero Raptor, thank you so much. And Nejika, who got gifted. You get an advertisement-free stream today. Because this is the type of content you don't want to miss. Because we have another interview, and the guy that we have in front of us is nobody else but the fucking GOAT of Newman, dude. The man, the myth, the legend. I have secured an Anfall Experience exclusive interview with Fogi that we had earlier this morning. So let's hear what Fogi had to say. Let's see if we can get this rolling. Production.
Sure.
Okay. You wanna...
Right.
Okay, so Fogi, welcome to the studio. What do you wanna say?
Sure, it's Fogi here. My role in the guild is raid leader. I play Disc Priest. And then outside of that, I just help manage the guild internally, like outside the raids. Part of the leadership.
All right. Most people know you from your Patreon, from your like the stuff that you do for the community and stuff. But can you tell me a little bit about your experiences and your
We
core
split the
memories?
load, so we have people who do the
Okay.
week auras side of things, like the preparation from that angle. We have people who do the assignment sheets. I don't really get involved in that, just more taking the reins and leading the guys through the raid sort of thing. And then outside, like during practice or progression, I'm involved in the strategy, I'd say, coming up with the strats and theory crafting, that sort of stuff from like the whole raids angle.
Okay, I think that's everything I want to know about Newman and how it works. Now, I want to know more about you, Fogi. It's about you here today.
Okay, specifically classic. So yeah, probably I spoke about it on my stream at one time, but it was just the Black Temple speedrun we did.
Okay, Fogi, sorry, let me just stop. Just because you spoke about something at some point on your stream, not everybody keeps track of that shit, dude. I understand that you think that the world revolves around me, I'm Fogi. If you say something one time on your stream, people don't just know. I don't even watch your stream, dude. How would I know this?
Back in TBC, I really enjoyed that one. Our guild wasn't as strong at the time, definitely a lot more inexperienced. And the guys just played really well, so it was a super fun speed run. So probably that one was a standout. And then I enjoyed the Ice Crown performance that we did, the speed run in there overall, but no like specific raid or anything. Just think the guild stepped up its level in that tier and was competing for the top spot. So that was fun as well. It's good memories in there.
Yeah, you guys really, I mean, even though Nota won and Progress came second, Newman was leading a lot of the parts of ICC. There's a bit of a meme going around that you won certain percentages.
So obviously it's really nice to get some new content. I think a lot of the guild is pretty tired of tier 11, so it's nice to get some new content. Specifically about Firelands, I think it's a fun raid. Difficulty curve is good. Majordomo is a little bit of a exception to that. Doesn't really feel fun to do that one, but overall the raid is balanced. It goes in a good direction, and I think it'll be fun to do.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just happy to leave tier 11 at this point, and we're excited about one raid, non-linear, a lot of interesting ways to do it, speedrunning, of
as
course.
Classic as a whole, or just tier 11?
No.
Take the whole.
What?
It's a difficult one because like when Kata was released for tier 11, they super rushed it. I feel like it was pushed onto us and players were not good at their class. And now we, like the guys that have stuck with Kata and are still playing are a lot stronger, playing their class and their roles and whatnot, and weak auras and so on have come on a lot. It's hard to know, like on the PTR when we went into this Firelands, like the first raid we got, it was pre-nerf, so everything was, sorry, it was post-nerf, so everything was pretty easy. We didn't wipe much on the new bosses, even though a lot of people had not done them. So it's a difficult one. I'd put it somewhere like tier 11 was a lot harder for us to first learn because people again were like weaker at their class and so on, didn't have much Kata experience. I'm just trying to think. Obviously it's nowhere near Lich King level of difficulty to progress, but yeah, it's quite hard to place it. But I'd probably say somewhere between tier 11 and like Ice Crown, or yeah, something like that. I don't think it's going to be as challenging as tier 11 was.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you there that Lich King seems to, out of the interviews that I've done throughout the day, you also seem to think that Lich King 0% was harder than Ragnaros Heroic is. If that can be explained with people are just better now than we were when ICC came out, I'm not really sure. I don't think that weak auras and add-ons has changed much. So yeah, what do you have to say about the meta going into Firelands? I guess...
So for the race, like Unholy DKs are really strong because of anti-magic zone, and you can just cut corners or reduce healers. Obviously, anywhere or you might be able to do some more advanced strats. Maybe you'll see some of those. So yeah, definitely 3 or 4 Unholy DKs. I think most skills will run that. We are opting for double blood Death Knight tank. We find it a bit safer, a bit stronger. So possibly guilds would do that, although I know that some are doing feral tank as well. And then just standard healer comps and nothing crazy there. And hunters are not too bad on Rag with the AoE. But yeah, really, it's just about the unholy DKs having a key role and making sure you have enough of those, I think. And they're very, very strong on the last 2 bosses in particular.
Yeah, your co-officer Rally spoke about maybe Majordomo being the most boring and maybe the hardest part of the race. Now, I'm a bit curious. What do you think about caster DPS? People talk about hunters, DKs. Your main... Did I say?
A lot. So most of our Death Knights are preparing with a mage already, or a few mages. No doubt they're going to be insane, or casters in general. So if I had to put a number just to guess, maybe 12, something like that. But yeah, there's going to be for sure a caster stack. And I think melee will drop off, unfortunately.
I feel like...
Can always play Ellie.
What? I mean, bro. All right, this was great. Thanks so much for coming, Fogi. I think I'm gonna maybe we're going to an ad break now and do something else. Thank you so much for coming. This was Fogi, WeakOR's creator.
If I'm being honest, I haven't actually looked into the rules of what they're going to do in Firelands and what they discuss. I tend to just wait while the community figures it out and then figure out what to do. But there's obviously some options at the start. I think that they should... I don't know what the best starting point is, to be honest, because I like trash. I think that should be a part of the speedrun. And if you're going to make it from when Shannox dies, then you skip quite a bit of the raid. So yeah, I don't know, they'd probably just need to pick a specific trash mob and start it from there. But I would be pro for that, but whatever the community wants to go with, really. But I haven't looked too much into it, to be honest with you.
You know what, Fogi? I feel like there's no point for me being here. I think I'm just gonna leave, and when you feel like you're done, I guess we're just gonna close shop here, okay? Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Going to the toilet, like, I'll be back later. You don't need me for this anyway, do you? Alright, cool.
Yeah, we know there's like a good couple of months of gear farming and splits and so on until we start looking at that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, just about that in tier 10, we had like really unfortunate PTR stuff, and there was some stuff going on, so the guild wasn't as strong. In tier 11, I feel like we were really strong, probably the strongest we've been, and in tier 12, I'd say that's probably the same going into it. That's what we think, but we also know that, and Progress will share this too, I'm sure, that like our guilds obviously dedicate a lot to the speedrun inside, not to make excuses or anything like that, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of man hours go into that. And I think some of the other guilds, like you mentioned about the Russian guild and possibly Polar, that they have been just focusing on Progress for a lot longer. It's hard to say if we'll be able to compete with those. We think we can, and I think our run is perhaps a little bit on the side of like risky. We're taking some risk for sure in this one, and if it pays off, I think our strats will be unique and quite cool. I think if we get through the first 4 or 5 bosses, we'll be in a good spot, assuming everything went well. But up to then, there's a little bit of risk. We'll have to see how that plays out. I guess that's it.
I'm back. Oh, I have no idea what the fuck you were saying, but it's not like you care what I'm saying anyway. You're just here to talk about Newman propaganda.
Yeah, it's a lot outside of the raid. I think people don't appreciate or know what goes into it, but there's tons of stuff. Like we spent just something interesting. With Ascendant Council, for example, I think we were the only ones that knew about the push in phase 1. I even think that Progress don't know this, but essentially after 4.5 seconds, the boss HP is snapshotted, and the lower you have them both at that time is like affects the last phase HP. So we would see like guilds doing runs that would push one boss to 10% and think it's a good push, but it actually wasn't. And we had guys test this on retail for a sort of yeah, like I don't even know how many hours to just and math it all out and store the data to just understand. So there's a lot that goes into like very minor details, and it obviously takes up time. But we've had time, and with the PTR and Firelands, it won't be because of that. If we lose, it'll just be the guild with the most creative strategies and who performs, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, your guild is part of favorite, and so is Progress. So it's gonna be super interesting to see how it goes, who wins tonight. Thank you for coming though, and I wish you best of luck tonight. Yeah. Cool. Okay, guys, that was Fogi, the man, the myth, the legend. Thanks for taking the time actually to do this. Even though these pre-recorded interviews are a bit scuffed, I'm hoping to do some live interviews at the end of the night with the winners, of course. I'm planning to stay up even after we're done, and then I'm hoping that the studio gets to experience some live action. So, let's see. Let's get some background music rolling, shall we? Man, what do you guys think?
So in DPS,
God.
it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify
Need to
as.
close
If you
this.
identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you
There
as
we
if
go.
you're 15k
That's-
DPS.
That now I shouldn't get that. Okay, so behind me you see the guilds. These are the ones that we're gonna be tracking live tonight. So yeah, who do you guys have? Who do you think takes it? Type the name of the guild in the chat right now, and I will do a visual count. Which one you guys think will win? There's a lot of guilds being thrown around that I don't know about. See some Newman, some Progress. Some NA people hoping and coping for Polar to come through. I actually think that that was a good point by Fogi earlier that he made, which was about the fact that Progress and Newman have been focusing so hard on speedrunning, and there's a chance that maybe one of these other guilds have just been using their time to instead become really, really good at Firelands. Because this has been a continuous a point of contention for as long as I've been playing Classic. It's the fact that some guilds focus only on the race to world first, some focus only on speedruns, and some try to do both. Newman is just like Progress. They try to do both. And yeah, that can take time away from both sides, actually. But we have seen Progress win.
In DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what
hey,
you identify
thank you so
as.
much,
If you
dude.
identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
But yeah, thank you so much, Anukin. We have seen Progress win despite doing speedrunning. And we have seen Beef Bar win when they didn't do speedrunning. So I agree with I think it was Jogel who said that that's an L take. That's saying that, oh, we spent so much time doing this aspect and now we're losing that aspect. There's definitely some sort of crossover here that if you do a lot of speedrunning and shit, you are definitely gonna be able to transition some of that gameplay into Race to World First. Oh, that's Holy Palasphere coming online. Ooga fucking booga, boys. I saw that he also released his entire package add-on MRT notes. Look, I'm an enhancement shaman. I don't even fucking know what MRT is. People talk about, oh, share MRT notes. Oh, my name is wrong in MRT notes. I'm just sitting there pressing Stormstrike. I have no idea what's going on. But apparently that's something that he does. So, good vibes. Let's go to the next boss, shall we? The place is called wipefest.gg. I'm not affiliated with them, but goddamn do they make good boss guides, actually. We have the scariest boss of all. Wait, what? Follower goal reached. Guys, we reached some sort of goal that was a goal that was arbitrarily set by Twitch without me knowing. Twitch wants me to celebrate that 11,000 people are following me. Now this would be a lot more awkward if you swap out the word follow for stalking. Am I fucking right, boys? Okay, let's see. Baleroc. Now, Baleroc is probably gonna be one of the bosses where races get won or lost tonight. I believe that Statement said that they were gonna cut down on healers. Newman allured at it as well, that they're gonna play with less healer than what's safe. And there's basically a little bit of RNG to this fight. I would say that all of the other fights have very little RNG to them. Maybe the cat face on Majordomo is a little bit of RNG, who gets targeted, but that's it. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Sadly, you don't get to hear your alert sound right now, but I see you, dude. Thank you so much. Alright. Now, the Shard of Torment. This is the thing that is the most confusing to people. Don't worry, it's super simple. He spawns one shard in melee, one shard in ranged, and the person that is closest to it is basically draining stacks from it, but he's also taking damage. So most classes need to be swapped out. So maybe you tank half of it and then somebody else takes the other half. But here, on the range side, I think that's a Shadow Priest. He can basically just disperse towards the end and he can solo soak one of these shards. So if you have classes that are good at soaking, this mechanic is a joke. So this is the Torment, very easy. Here is how you rotate shard soaking, and here you can see in melee, you see these people just running in and out, in and out, in and out, just bouncing the stack, so it's very easy to heal for players. But then you also see a highlighted case of a person standing on the outside with the debuff after having soaked. So he does not want to get close to that. There's also a link, just like there's a link on a fight like Blood Queen Lanethel. But instead of having 3 people, you now have 2 people, so it's easier, right? Here, this is a very good example actually. You see a guy from melee running towards a guy in range, but the guy in melee has just been soaking, so he has a debuff. Now, this is a little bit of RNG. So what happens is that when these people get too close to each other, the guy in range now actually has a debuff as well. If this happens to too many of your healers, it will be scary. King Myers says, they didn't ask to use my video. Oh, this one is yours? Thank you so much though. It's a very good example of how a bad link could possibly lead to a wipe later down the line. So, as a healer, there's a buff called Vital Spark, I think it's called, which takes some time for healers to learn, but if you're a healer and you know how to do it, it becomes a joke, basically. So, if you're a healer, this is the mechanic you need to focus on. Where is it? Where is it? This is just a highlight of the tank getting bamboozled, right? This is why you need the stacks. Yeah, this clip doesn't really showcase anything other than this boss hits like a truck. And that's why healers need to have their stacks. Where does it say about the stacks? Hello? Really bad website. I can't find anything about the stacks as a healer. Unplayable. Here, Vital Spark. When healers use direct heals on players with Torment, they gain a Vital Spark, a stacking buff that will increase healing done to players with Blaze of Glory. So this is tank healing. It's important to have as much of this buff as possible to be able to heal the tanks. That's pretty much it. So the thing that I think is gonna be what could cause us to see some wipes here tonight is actually this. I think if guilds are only gonna be using a couple of healers, it could be really scary if healers get the debuff. So this right here, if this happens to the guilds that are racing and they're playing very few healers, tank healing is gonna be Monka, Giga, as the kids would say, and you're probably gonna have to wipe. I think this is probably one of the heroics that is gonna take some time to progress for average guilds, GDKPs. The previous bosses, very manageable. As soon as people know their role, it's fine. There's no like DPS check, nothing. This fight can actually be quite tricky if your healers are bad and you need a lot of healers to kill it, because then DPSing becomes actually really hard. Okay, I need to just quickly set up this part and that part. Let me see if this works. Yes! This is gonna be how we're gonna be watching the race later. Thank you very much. Perfect. Okay, people are starting to come online. Behind me, you can see the multi-stream POV of the guilds that we have our attention turned to. I believe up here at the top left corner for you guys, it's mirrored for me. It's Holy Palasvea Progress. In the middle at the top, there's T-Devs from Newman. Madex, I think, is Polar. Then I could not find a streamer from the guild Who. So if somebody can help me find a streamer from the guild Who, that would be great. Madex is Eternal, actually. Okay, maybe I have to fix that a little bit. Then in the center we have. I need to check actually. Who do I have in the center? Synergy is Who. Okay, let's see if we can clean this up a little bit. Because if I have them represented...
So, in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Okay, now we have Polar down here. Okay, that works for me. Thank you so much, Ifaton. 11 months, that's crazy. If you think of your first time subbing as me as the point of conception, we now have a baby who is like 6 weeks old. Yay, an unfun subscription baby. It's what you always wanted. Rats. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Kaisman24, I believe is Stepbrothers. Wusai, I'm really bad with the NA guilds. Wusai is... Netix is not Polar, Netix is Eternal. Right. Look, if you're playing in these guilds, please have a guild icon somewhere on your stream to make this easier for me, because I'm not I want to cover you guys in the race as well, but it's really hard for me if to keep everything apart. Sure, Kato says, did I miss anything? You missed a couple of pre-recorded interviews, a couple of bosses that we've gone over. There's only 49 minutes until the race actually starts. I think we are... Okay, so this is something that I kinda screwed up. I have one pretty long interview with the raid leader of Progress, which is Julius. But the video got fucked up, so I only have audio! But I still think he said a lot of very interesting stuff. So I think I want to show you guys what Julius had to say about tonight. Even though the video, yeah, got a little bit fucked up. So we're probably gonna play that anyway. Friedsgard, thank you so much, man. Thank you.
So, in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Look, if you are in a guild that I am not covering right now, and you guys just fucking smash it and you finish in top 5, I'll definitely cover you the next time. But I think if we go by this ranking right here, that we have... let me see if... we could actually check if this works. Let me see, because this is what we're gonna be using later. So we have the rank 1 from tier 11, rank 2, rank 3. Not sure what Who got, but I think I did finish top 10 for sure. Statement also finished top 5. Stepbrothers top 10. And then these guys, the Russians and Eternal, they didn't really partake in the race to World First last time, so we just don't know. But on paper, they are really good guilds. So maybe they will finish in the top 3. Maybe they will knock some of these skills down, but I think I've covered all of the favorites, so to speak. Chelsea says Holy Death top 3 for sure. If Holy Death managed to kill Ragnaros tonight, I will be the happiest person for them. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Let me see. Yeah, this works. Perfect. My pen is out, my pen is ready. Yeah, about that. Okay, so we only have, 45, 47 minutes until the race actually starts. So I think we are gonna just listen. And so, just to give you guys a brief update, I am indeed benched today. It is true. Anfal, world first tier 9, world first tier 10, world first tier 11, 3 times back to back, world first in Classic, benched. But you know what? I did not reroll to Mage. I did not give in. I did not become a Death Knight. I did not become an Elemental Shaman. I stayed true, and I'm so happy. I play a class that I like. I'm benched. And what could be better than be able to watch this event together with you guys like this? So you know what? Don't feel bad for me. I'm happy with how it turned out. And we'll see for Dragon Soul if I can't stay away, maybe I will reroll. Or maybe if you guys think this was a lot of fun, I'll just do this instead. And just keep playing Enhancement Shaman. And if Enhancement Shaman is good enough, I'll be there. If Enhancement Shaman is shit, we will be here, dude. I'm okay with that. This song is actually pumped, dude. I'm gonna go get a glass of water. Man, this song is a pumper as well. But we're gonna save that one for the actual race, boys. That's right. It's fucking right. Okay, guys. Let's listen to what Julius had to say. And again, I'm sorry, I fucked up the production a little bit here. Let's go to the Anfal Experience studio. And let's see if we can get Julius' production going. Hope you guys are having a lovely evening. We're 45 minutes away. Should be a banger tonight. See here if I can get this one rolling. for the boys. We actually have 2 more interviews. We have Flaer as well. Let's do Flaer. Flaer!
My name is Flaer. I'm a member of the guild Progress, and I currently act as a part of the healing team. Currently, I main a discipline priest in the core roster. The path to Progress was pretty difficult and long. Prior to joining Progress at the end of Wrath, I used to play in multiple illegal server guilds which were quite competitive, such as Forget and Huasked. Before joining Progress, I had the results of World 3rd Uldor and World 4th ICC. And most recently, World 1st Tier 11 and 25 man format, as well as a world speedrun record of BOT and BWD. Until recently, I'd probably tell it was the Uldor race. It was the pivotal moment that basically showed that no matter how much experience you have under your belt, no matter how many years you practice the same content, there'll always be people that are hungrier than you and willing to test more aggressively than you and invest more time than you. And in this, they will succeed. However, that's until recently. World first speedrun of BOT has to take the cake. If you know, you know. You likely know. Well, when it comes to violence, I'm obviously excited a bit about the potential of speedrunning, especially given at how Alysrazor can potentially affect the way you pull things, the way your route unfolds on itself. And maybe, I'm not sure if that's attack territory already, but maybe we can see some of the things so healed in 25 man as opposed to 2 healed or 3 healed as we saw in tier 11. I won't name the class, I'll name the player, Holy Pulsar.
Damn, dude! Can we get that one more time? The glazing is real. One more time.
But maybe we can see some of the things so healed in 25 man as opposed to 2 healed or 3 healed as we saw in tier 11. I won't name the class, I'll name the player, Holy Pulsar.
Damn, dude! Holy Pulsar, legendary player.
To be honest, I think it's Baleroc. We can probably say that it's not the worst way we're doing it, potentially, but it still feels pretty hard. However, my answer to what I'm doing to prepare will always be the same.
So let me just say before I just let this video roll that Flaer and me go way back. We used to play on private servers, first on different sides of the aisle. We were competing, and then we joined each other, played together for a bit. Then he played with a bunch of private server players in tier 8. But then he came to Progress, I think it was late tier 10. And he's been with us ever since. And me and him, I really enjoy playing with Flaer. I think he's great. Very easy to work with. Very nice guy. Super dedicated to the game, man. Really dedicated.
When in doubt, when situation is unclear, always check votes, always vote review yourself. This helps. Both in the execution department and in nervousness department. Well, that's a really interesting question. I'd say more so nowadays in vanilla and maybe early TBC. There is a certain work-life balance you can have to it. You can hear from a lot of people, like, it's like, oh, you're in progress, you have to unlife a lot, but the unlifing part is only in those specific moments, and other than that, it's quite chill, actually. Well, honestly, I'd like to stay for 4 to 5 months on Firelands, but maybe it will be 3 months. I'm not sure how much exactly it will be, but to be fair, I'd rather have, those 1 or 2 months that we had in tier 11 added to Firelands, but this will obviously not be the case.
True.
And when it comes to difficulty, well, I really like when it's relatively difficult, but I think this time around it's not as difficult as you'd compare, like for example, Prinio Full Dot on X. The difficulty is not that steep, so it should be bearable. Or even enjoyable. For me, it's enjoyable. Probably in a healer, but maybe Elemental Shaman, because with the recent set fix, this opens a lot of interesting opportunities.
Bringing up Elemental Shamans on my show!
There was a question about, misconception about progress, so what was the other person's answer?
So I prepared this, but I love the part at the end where he said this.
You mentioned there was a question about, misconception about progress, so what was the other person's answer?
Oh, that's great. That's great. Love that. Did you talk to Step Brothers? Oh, did I not play? No, I did not play it. Why? Where is it? I recorded an interview with Kaisman, but I don't have it available. Production! Production! I'm sorry, I won't be able to fix it on time now. We won't be able to see the Step Brothers. The Step Brother production is stuck in the pipeline, as we say. Now, let's go to the next boss to talk about. We have only half an hour. Majordomo. Newman's biggest, scariest boss, they say. So, this fight works in mysterious ways. He has different forms based on how many people are in melee or that are in ranged. So, this is a good example of when you're doing the cat phase. He jumps out and he drops these little meteor parts on the ground. And obviously, you want to get out of that, because if you don't take damage from it, you actually get a stacking damage buff on the boss. So anyone that is in melee when this happens will do a fuck ton of damage. We're talking 50k, 60k DPS. But if you're a ranged player here and you get jumped, you lose your damage. And that's gonna make you look back on the meters. When it comes to the Scorpion phase, he does this little slash that is a shared damage, I believe. I believe sharing the damage of a frontal is something that we've seen. When was the first time that we saw that in Classic? That you had to stack in front of something to share it? The meteors in Ankirai were shareable, but I know that there's been these type of cleaves. Was there a boss? Anyway, while I think about that a little bit, let me just say, I saw you guys actually subscribing to me. Wilte, thank you so much. And oh my god, what a name. TYRUR Aptor has gifted 2 subs. Thank you so much for that. Brutalus was a shared cleave. You guys are right. Mother in Black Temple, true. Here you can see when he has done his phasing, he will spawn these type of orbs that attacks the closest target. So when this happens, it's time to run away. Run away, little girl, run away. That is a reference to a deadly boss mod sound. That is not something that I actually say. So you should see it here. This guy is running away. He has exploding cinders. If you explode in the raid with this, people will get really sad and mad, and you will get deducted if the raid leader feels like it. This is a really long fight. Depending on what strategy you use, you can probably gain like a minute or 2 minutes compared to doing it safely, but this is a DPS race. Not because you're gonna wipe if you don't have the DPS, but the guild with the highest DPS on this boss is gonna gain or lose so much. Because this fight is really long. So if you have a lot of raid DPS, grats, you're saving a lot of time here. Here's how you soak the orbs. Hey, my man, standing closest. Very basic fight. There's a lot of more stuff you can do, how you can manipulate the different phasing, the different stuff that happens. All of this is of course on Wipefest. Amazing stuff that they've done here. This is the concentration buff. As the boss gets a massive HP increase, everybody gains a concentration bar on Heroic. This gives you increased damage and healing over time, up to 100% increase, and gets reset when you take any damage. You need to optimize concentration to beat the enrage timer. Optimize uptime of the buff. So this is what guilds are gonna try to do. They're gonna try to play a strategy so that they can have the highest amount of concentration for the longest time. So the website that I'm looking at is called wipefest.gg. They have done amazing stuff for Fireland's release. Sounds like a paid advertisement, but it's actually really fucking good. Yeah, Brutalus. Samdog says, do you have a list of the streamers that you're gonna be watching? Yes, I do have a list. Let me go here. We still have 35 minutes. I am gonna be watching. You guys ready? Holy Palasve, T-Devs, Netex, Kisira, Caseman24, Murphin, Wusai TV, and Synergy XOX. Those are the people that I am gonna have on the multipov, and we are gonna be watching progress on full screen. Okay? So we're gonna be watching progress on full screen, but if one of the other guilds pulls ahead, we should get notified by this widget that I have behind me. As the guilds have championship mode live logging enabled, we should see this update in real time behind me. So we're gonna be watching progress. They are at the top right of the screen. But let's say, I don't know, Statement pulls ahead. If that happens, I'm gonna swap to Statement POV instead. So we're gonna try to watch the leader. But considering Progress 1, Tier 9, Tier 10, Tier 11, they are the favorites, so we're gonna start by watching Progress. But if somebody pulls ahead, I'm gonna swap. Lilia says, how long will it take, you think, for them to clear? I don't want to speak too much about it, because all of these guilds have been doing private logging. Eternal might have done a couple of public logs, now that I think about it. But I have insider knowledge about how fast Progress is gonna be, but I'd rather not speak on it. Let's just see how fast they are. Shurkat says, did you say Murphin? Yes, we are gonna watch Murphin POE. The Keymaker says, are you not racing? Are you not an active progressive raider anymore? I'm still in Progress. I'm still raiding a lot with the boys. But I play a class that is just NGMI, boys. It's NGMI. And if you play in a guild that tries to be the best in the world, you cannot really play a bullshit class like I do. So here we are. Now, Netex is online now. Okay, let's see if we can update. Maybe there's a delay on the multiple. That could be the case. Let's see. Yep, there's a slight delay, so we need to remember to actually update our score. That's a good catch, guys. You need to remind me as some of these people come online to do that swap. Okay, now I already told you guys that sadly the video from the recording I did with Julius, who is the raid leader of Progress, sadly the video got fucked up. So we're just gonna listen to what he had to say, and he's gonna talk about some of his best memories in Progress, his thoughts about Tier 12, and he is organizer in Progress, he's the raid lead in Progress, and he's gonna talk a little bit about what he does and why. So let me pull up that interview for you guys just to listen to. So here we go.
Yeah, so my name is Julius. I'm the raid leader and currently playing Warrior DPS for Progress. And yeah, my job is basically to make sure everyone in the raid knows what they're doing and gets callouts for certain mechanics or certain things we're doing coming up on Trash or any other boss that we're doing a special strat for. And yeah, then obviously planning outside the raid for all of these kinds of things. Both are very important, but I think time-wise, the most amount of time it's obviously spent outside of the raid, planning, prepping, getting people up to date on what they're meant to do. Obviously, once you're in the raid, it's the fun part, and you don't really need to do that much work. You're obviously paying attention to a lot more than what normal players have to, just to make sure that everything that is discussed and agreed on is actually happening and people are doing what they are meant to. But I mean, outside of that, it's not a lot of extra work after that once you're have everything in the works. There's a lot of high points throughout the time playing in this guild. Obviously, I think the number one, the most, I guess, memorable is the Ice Crown Citadel race. That was a very big win for the guild, but it's also my first time raid leading, so it was special in that sense as well. But outside of that, there's also been like Black Temple or Tier 6 race with the Mount Pygel and Black Temple. That was also a pretty memorable moment because it was like the first race I played. And then next 25 in Wrath, that was a bit special because we did something that wasn't done in any other race before and probably won't ever be done again, with finding out about a mob that can like buff bosses and give us very fast kill times and stuff. And I was the one that found it on PTR and then looked at it more afterwards, and we showed it and we went with it as a guild after that. So it was a fun experience, but something that probably won't happen again. For Firelands specifically, at this point, it's just fun to get in a raid because it's been a long tier 11. But there's a few fights in Firelands that are very fun, specifically Ragnaros. And Baleroc itself is quite a, I think, fun fight overall. Probably it's going to be more fun when we have more gear and the fight doesn't take so long, but it is more of a check on execution with everyone having a responsibility with having to do soaking and so forth. So it's a good fight in that sense. But yeah, Rag, like I mentioned, that's like the pinnacle of Firelands. You have a boss that lasts almost as long as Lich King 25-man heroic, and mechanic-wise has a lot that everyone needs to pay attention to. And you can't really be, carried through a fight like that or turn your brain off because there's so much that you need to pay attention to. But I mean, outside of those two bosses, there's quite a few, I would say, bad bosses as well. But the raid is not super long, so I think that's a good positive for the next year. And I think it's going to be fun to be able to do a lot of splits, and speedruns later will be pretty enjoyable. But yeah, when we look at like Firelands now in the current state with the gear we have right now, I think it's going to take a lot of effort from guilds that haven't practiced a lot to get Rag down. I think the first 6 bosses, they will be able to get down pretty quickly. Baleroc obviously is going to be a little bit of a gatekeeper early on, but you eventually can kill it once you have everyone understand that they need to pay attention and they have a responsibility. But it's not too complicated. Again, a free boss, and then you have Rag, which you haven't done any practice. It's going to take hundreds of pulls potentially for a guild that's not really prepared. But I think that it's going to provide a nice challenge for a lot of guilds, and we'll see. It's hard to say how quickly normal guilds will be able to down these bosses, but for like how long the days might last, Blizzard has been saying that they're going to extend it. So I think I'm confident that the tier is not going to be too long or too short, and I think we're going to have a really good time in Firelands. Excited, you could probably break it down in a few ways. And most people are usually just excited, oh, it's new content. There's a little bit of mystery behind it. You don't know what you're doing and have to learn. But I think excited can also be categorized as you prepped a lot, you put a lot of effort into something, and now you have finally like the chance to show everyone on stream or whoever is watching that this is in the race, like what you've been able to do and how clean you can pull the raid. So I think that there's a lot of excitement in the roster, and personally, I'm pretty hyped for it. I think that this is the most that we've prepped for any race so far. So I'm probably more excited to see like how well we do and stuff like probably that. Some people might think that players in this guild or to play in a guild like this requires like some insane amount of time spent or skill or something. Obviously, it's important that, you have skill and that you can spend time, but I think a lot of people have a misconception of how much time and so forth. I think a lot of people learn a lot when they join a guild like this of how to play better first, and then also time dedication, like what is required and what isn't necessarily realistic to assume. So I think that's like the number one thing. It's probably similar to a lot of other games and stuff like that, that people look at the more hardcore players and they have a very exaggerated imagination of what those players are doing or how much time they're spending, when in reality they're just, for the most part, more conscious of the time they're spending and how they're improving themselves than just mindlessly playing. Yeah, I think that usually is how it is in most other games as well with hardcore players. They're not usually spending just 4 times more time than you. It's that they're spending that time very efficiently and they're not doing anything usually random. Everything's intentionally practiced and so forth.
Alright, sorry guys that the video got cut out there, so you didn't get any of the transcript. But at least you got a little chance to hear Julius' thoughts about progress, Firelands race, and whatnot. 22 more minutes. 23 minutes, 22 minutes, I don't know. Yeah. Tuko says, are we preparing any of the clown costumes for this stream? No. That one is reserved for speedrunning not for tonight. If somebody wipes, it's not really something worth clowning on, in my opinion. We have one final thing that we need to pass through before we get into this. 20 more minutes. The fight overview. Now, there's so much you could talk about when it comes to Ragnaros fight. There's so much. But I want to just briefly talk about the fact that I think there's 4 phases. And in phase 1, you can see this little burning pool. That is where he is gonna expand out these 3 waves of fire. Don't get hit by these. If you get hit by these, you die. But they are very easy to predict. They follow the same pattern every time. So watch out for these flame thingies while hitting the boss. You also have traps, which you're gonna need at the end of the night. So let me just see here. We have a person who is being very expressful in the chat. Very unlucky. No need to behave like that. Mods, be really ready in case people... I have no interest in people coming here to be insightful in their rhetoric. Just ban them. I don't care if you're a sub, a follower. If you're just here to be annoying, I don't need you. Bye! Here you can see that you need to spread out to avoid these little flamey thingies. Also phase 1. Bunch of stuff. Now we have phase 2. In phase 2, Ragnaros is just like, psych, I'm going away. He goes and hide, and instead you have to fight his little fire elementals. So here you should see on these little pillars. Here they go out, and it spawns ads. This is like an homage to good old Rag in Molten Core. This shouldn't be a problem. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, we're gonna take like 1 minute here. Alright, we are so back. Alright, here you are gonna see a bunch of... isn't he gonna do his hammer again? This is the same as in phase 1, nothing too special. This mechanic is a bit important. Here you can see... Oh my god, what's going on? Okay, can we please not choke? Like, me choking during the production, I thought I would fuck up the production value, yeah? But instead, I'm anatomically choking, dude. Okay. So yeah, spawning these little guys over here, they need to die. They are gonna chase, each player spawns an ad, and the mobs follow that person. So they need to die. Then you have the dancing phase. Here, you just dodge these little thingies on the ground. You can see the raid moving in front. Move back. And it's over. It's a very simple dance. It's much easier than, I think it's easier than, is he called Hagen, the Unclean in Naxxramas? That is the dance boss. I think this is an easier dance than that. Then you have another wave of these ads that you have to kill. Same shit as before. We go again, boys. Same shit. Nothing too special. And then we have, when you're debuff, you run out and drop these little thingy-dingies. Very important not to go crazy with this. Hammer and lava waves. We know this by now. This just keeps happening. It's just gonna keep happening. Where's the next? I want to see the last phase. Kite the meteor. So here you can see a meteor spawning that needs to be kited. And when it gets close, you can knock it. And then it has a debuff. Right now, it cannot get knocked. So yeah. So you see, when it gets close to you, hit it with any ability. Boink. And then it switches target. Sometimes it stays on the same. Whatever. Just deal with it. Very easy. Here, you can see the raid stacking in the last phase. Ragnaros now is walking around and being a piece of shit. You're dragging the meteor into this little frost orb, and then it becomes frozen, and then you kill it to get rid of the meteor. Very easy. But the only thing that can happen here that you fuck it up is that you run out of frost things on the ground. So you might still need to kite this a little bit in the last phase. So don't be afraid if you have to run around a little bit while kiting it. Oh yeah, this is the guy that is extinguishing the fires. That is just a person who is assigned to doing it. It's a pretty fun little minigame to do. Usually they use a hunter. Most people use a hunter. This is just to create space. You see these little green things right here? If this phase drags on for a long time, it's really nice to drag the boss into these. And it makes it much easier to deal with. Now, this is a very brief explanation. Ragnaros is a long fight. We're talking 10 minutes. There's a lot of mechanics. And you can read about every single mechanic and watch everything that I just showed you if you simply go to wipefest.gg. Really good website. They did amazing stuff. And that's just great. So yeah, go to their webpage if you want to read up, if you and your friends want to go to this fight. Good stuff. Best of luck. Okay, so we are 15 minutes out. I think we are gonna start seeing guilds getting ready. I need to change the quality here to be as low as possible so it doesn't lag too much. We don't need this to be on high quality when it's this small. It's just to have an overview. There we go. Now it shouldn't lag as much. Jesus, this guy only allows you to watch on like Giga Omega quality, dude. Whatever, dude. Okay. Last round of questions. Go. Let's see. Lingus says, does anybody have a stream from an elemental shaman? I don't know. We are gonna mainly be watching the current back-to-back-to-back champions progress POV, but we are gonna be ready to swap to one of the other competitors if they are indeed pulling ahead. And the way that we track who is leading is that we have these widgets that are updating in real time. So at the top right, you see progress, how their progression is going, and below that, you have the rest of the guilds. So we're gonna see it. When it comes to myself, I am obviously not playing tonight. Enhancement Shaman is not part of the racing roster. So I am not part of the racing roster. So guys, even if you win tier 9, tier 10, tier 11, speed runs back to back, whatever, doesn't matter. If you play the wrong class, relax. Sivan, thank you so much. And TYERU Raptor, thank you so much for gifting. So yeah, really hoping for a nice showdown tonight. So we are gonna be watching Holy Palasve point of view. So he is gonna have a blackout stream until he is ready to show what he has. Let me see if we can... This is a big gamble, guys. Let me see if this is actually doable. Okay. My god, this might actually be a thing. Hell yeah. Perfect. Not super intrusive, but then we get some sort of update, I think. And here we have the main stage. Perfect. Okay. Rasiko asks, are you gonna send N9 to MOP if they release it? I am staying true to my Enha roots. If Enha is good, I'll be in the race to world first. If Enha is shit, I'll shoutcast with the boys. It's not the end of the world, guys. It's not the end of the world at all. I need to fix some more stuff here. Back to video play, settings, close. Race soon. There we go. Updated. Should be good. Perfect. Tony says, when are you going to raid? Okay, so I can briefly tell you how I'm going to raid this weekend. Then we are gonna play ads before the race starts, so hopefully people who have either can't afford or don't think I deserve it, you guys shouldn't get interrupted by ads throughout the race, at least not too much. I am gonna raid a 10-man tomorrow, a GDKP tomorrow evening with Newman. Then on Saturday, I'm gonna play with Holy Death, Newman. Then on Sunday, I'm gonna play with Progress. And on Monday, I'm gonna do a GDKP with Newman. So I'm gonna do 8 lockouts on 8 shamans. That's what's up. So 8 Enha shamans is how I'm gonna be experiencing Firelands. Okay, guys, you know what? It's 10 minutes. I feel like we need to build some fucking hype. We need to get some hype going. It's actually Firelands release, guys. So let's get excited.
It doesn't matter what your
Thank you so much, Loot.
All that matters is what you identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Only 8 more minutes, boys. 8 more minutes until we're live. Guys, tonight I'm channeling my professional upstairs neighbor. Let's fucking go, boys. fucking go, boys. It's not many more minutes now. Let's build some fucking hype.
So
Thank you so
in
much
DPS,
for the
it doesn't
subs,
matter what
dude.
your actual number is.
Appreciate
All that matters
it.
is what you identify as. If you
Let's get
identify
fucking
as 15k
hyped.
DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
The calm before the storm, boys. Couple more minutes. Let's fucking go, boys. Okay, guys, we had fun. It's now 2 minutes until the raid is officially open. You guys know which song in this community that we always play. Today is gonna be a playlist full of classics. Yeah, so Lock the fuck in, boys. Time to lock the fuck in. Right. Let's see if Blizzard can deliver this on time. Alright. We have officially started. Let me lower the music real quick. If you are unfamiliar with the layout here, we have progress on the main screen because there are current world record holders in tier 9, 10 and 11. On the right side, you can see live updates from respective guilds. At the top left corner of your screen, you are able to see multi-poll from separate guilds. If some guild pulls ahead, we might swap. So, right here, progress is starting by killing the Molten Giant. Starting off by doing that. So here, we going. So, it looks like the Molten Giant is dead. What progress is gonna do now is that they're gonna turn back and perform a skip. So, let's see. TBC rocket boots are on, and let's see. Do they have anybody failing the skip? They need to nail this. Do we see anybody failing? Looks good, looks good. One Molten Giant dead. This counts towards Shannox kill. Now they need to run across this edge without falling off. Beth'tilac, Flaer, MRT nodes have loaded. Nobody has killed anything yet. That is to be expected. That would have been wicked sick. Some people running on the low side of the edge. Some people running on the upper side. Both are fine. I don't see anyone that might have fallen. Sadly, the minimap layout is a bit covered by these widgets that are gonna update throughout the night. So, they're performing a summoning ritual. Everybody is close. Drums have been used, they're buffing up, and we have a pull on Beth'tilac. So we have a Beth'tilac start on the side of progress. Let's see if that is gonna work with updating the widgets. So, first wave of spinners are down. Can somebody give me a quick music check? Is the music okay as background with the way that I'm speaking right now? Hopefully for you guys, it is fine. Holy Baleroc going upstairs. He's a solo healer going. So you can see that you have a bunch of people upstairs. Mage, Shaman, Mage. So the people that are within his range are the people that have gone upstairs. So I'm just gonna quickly dot them out for you so you can see. They have a second wave of it coming up real soon. So right now, a part of the team is fighting downstairs, whereas this team is fighting upstairs, trying to pull ahead a little bit. Up in this corner, it's really hard for you guys to see because it's so small. But we can see a little bit what the different guilds are doing. It looks like this guild is also going for Beth'tilac. Let's see here. We should have a couple more seconds. The Devastate happens in 10. The DPM boss timers that we're gonna look for on the side of Holy Baleroc are on the left side of the screen. This screen right here should be Newman. Newman and Progress are the number 1 and number 2 seed going in from tier 11. That's the first devastation happening. Boss was at 87%. The lower you can get it during these, what do you call it? The upstairs phases, the faster you could possibly push and gain some seconds on the overall kill. But it's important that you still keep enough DPS downstairs to stay on pace. Let's get some fucking hype, boys. Fireland race. Going up for the second time. I believe we have Polar on one of the streams up here. I'm a bit unsure which one. So pushing again, people dropping low, but Holy Palace is doing his best to keep them up. Good push, good push. People playing safe. If you want to see damage meter, I'm gonna do a quick hide of 2 of the guilds here so you guys can see. Mages pumping upstairs, doing really well. This Moonkin is doing a lot of damage to mobs downstairs. That's why he looks so good. Same for the Elemental Shaman. So that was the second devastation round. After the third, that's when the boss comes down. So just clearing up, looks really safe on the downstairs, nothing too interesting. Devastate number 3 is in 1 minute. This is a sort of a long fight. Let's bring it back up, the Russian Guild and Eternal. I'm really hoping that these Warcraft Log Championship mode widgets are gonna work. I guess we're gonna find out. They should update as guilds kill the bosses. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Okay, last round upstairs. Boss is at 73% health. That's really safe. Should be fine. Dodging the meteors that come down. Here you see the fires that spawn. Nothing too special. Now they have full mage stack upstairs. Everybody pumping really hard. They have 4 Death Knights going up as well. Sending a lot more people up now for the last. Here we go. Once this Smoldering Devastation ends, that you can see casting here in the middle of your screen, we are gonna see the boss come down, and that is the burn phase. That is when we're gonna see the lust and the actual push. So here's the boss. Look at all these spiders have already been killed. They're really good on the DPS downstairs. This song is such a blaster, boys. Let's get fucking hype. Pushing. This is basically a healing check. Bosses are getting pushed. Looks really safe. Anti-magic zone doing a lot of work here. You can see this Ember Flare is the explosion that goes out. And an anti-magic zone pretty much nullifies the entire damage to the raid. You can see when it ticks now, you can see the raid damage. Anti-magic zone. It's like nothing happened. I swear to God, Death Knights are so fucking broken. Holy shit, Blizzard. Man, as an enhancement shaman main, I hate this, dude. Alright, let's see if this updates now. Beth'tilac getting pushed. I'm gonna need chat to help me with getting some updates from how the other guilds are doing as well in case this doesn't work. I'm really hoping it works. And Beth'tilac is down. I repeat, Beth'tilac has been slain. Let me see if I go like this. Ah, it doesn't work. Whatever. We're fine. We're on pace. Let's see how it's going here. I might have to clean up the multi-stream POV. We have some sort of visual bug here with the laser pointers. We're probably gonna have to do a little bit of a cleanup with the multipole right here. I'm sorry for all the other guilds, but I am gonna clean this up. Cleaning this up so we have a nice live update of how Newman is doing. Fixing the last parts right now. Alright. We have an Alysrazor pull on the side of Newman on the top left corner. Progress still doing trash. The two guilds are going for a very different type of approach here. Completely different routes. Very interesting to see. You can see on the side of Newman that we have Alysrazor encounter being engaged, whereas Progress is nowhere near Alysrazor. Statement got updated. It did. Statement did get updated. Beth'tilac is down on the side of Statement. They are right behind Progress. Keep me updated, chat. We can do this together. We can make this a production for the ages. So, Progress are right now killing these little birds together with the eggs. And then DPSing down. Looks good, looks good. So here, these are the big birds that you need to take care of. Looks good, looks good. On the side of Newman, you have a very... just a steady sort of Alysrazor, nothing too fancy. The interesting stuff that Newman has already prepared me for is that they want to use the Alysrazor buff to really gain time here. They want to use the hasted, roided out of their mind mages to do a lot of damage. Let's see, we're not really getting live updates from many of the other guilds, so I guess we'll see what happens. Can't really keep track of all of it, sorry guys. So, both of the birds are getting killed. So, Progress spent time killing Beth'tilac and are now making their way to Alysrazor, whereas Newman has already started Alys. I believe Newman went straight for Alys, but they might have done Rhyolith as well. I heard somebody mention that. Might need to get whatever. Big AoE pull on the side of Progress. Rather than engaging Alysrazor, they're doing a Giga pull here. So I would say boss kill wise, Newman is ahead. But when it comes to trash needed to spawn Shannox, Progress might be ahead. But then again, Newman might very well do something crazy with trash. The hunting horn sounds again. That means that Shannox has spawned. I believe that both Newman and Progress are running a couple of mages. We're gonna look more specifically at their comps later. Progress are now leaving Alysrazor and going up to Rhyolith. I repeat, Progress is leaving. They have a completely different approach to setting this raid up. Very interesting to see the different approaches from the guilds. Newman is about to do the whirlwinding stage of Alysrazor, I think. Players are going up in the sky. This is a Death Knight going up in the sky right here that you see on the Newman POV. Progress clearing trash in the center of your screen. Widgets are still not working. It's whatever. I trust you guys to keep me somewhat updated. Let me know how the guilds are doing, but I think these are the two guilds that I want to be covering for most of it. Multiple people chasing Alys now in the sky. Let's see what they decide to do here. Let's see what Newman decides to do. Progress has started Rhyolith, and this has already been killed on the side of Newman. Looks good, looks good. So Newman are doing the whirlwinding stage of the fight, whereas Progress are doing the Rhyolith phase. Looks like Newman and Progress are not updating, but they are, on the other hand, the guilds that we are watching live, so it should be fine. I believe that Newman might have one person dead here. They might have a person dead on the side of Alice. See what's happening here. Here you can see the lava flows that are happening in the ground. Rhyolith is, at the end of the day, a very easy fight. You can see the damage down meter here. You see how little damage people are doing. That is because of the obsidian armor that this boss has. But that goes away later on. Bunch of trash getting pulled into the side of Alice. Alysrazor is dead. Bunch of trash died along with it. Did you guys see that? So they have killed Rhyolith. They've killed trash. I didn't see if the horn rang, but they did use the haste buff to burn down trash. They are running around edges here. Let's see what the Newman plan is. Progress is stuck on the side of Rhyolith. Looks like Newman is waiting, trying to avoid this trash right here, making their way towards Beth'tilac. They are not going Baleroc, they're going Beth'tilac. Looks good, looks good. Shannox has been engaged, is it? No, it's just trash. Just trash. Not Shannox. Progress is still stuck on Rhyolith. Elemental Shaman dead. He's back up. It's really bad if your Elemental Shaman dies on this fight, because it's a very powerful class on this fight in particular. So the Russians are pulling Shannox. We can see a couple of guilds have managed to kill Beth'tilac, but a couple of guilds are not logging to their respective guild logs, so I don't see it. So that is why the banners aren't reliable. Mage dead on Rhyolith. We see a Lust coming out on the side of Progress. Newman on the other side still killing trash. Ret Pala dead on the side of Progress. Probably still doable, but they lost a lot of time with these two people being dead. Newman has engaged Shannox. You can see the firing spear happening up here. I'm pretty sure that the first guild that engages Baleroc, that is the guild that we're gonna switch to watching on our main monitor. Does that sound good? First guild kill Baleroc, we're gonna watch on the main monitor. It's so hard to tell which guild is ahead when they're doing different starts like this. But Rhyolith is dead, so Alysrazor was killed on the side of Newman, whereas Beth'tilac was killed on the side of Progress. So Progress is making their way down now, whereas Newman is stuck doing Shannox. Progress has spawned Shannox, but they have not engaged it. Newman, on the other hand, they spawned Shannox and went straight for him. So here is Alysrazor RP. They're gonna get a bit stuck here. Let's see what's happening with the updates. Not quite working yet. Might be something on the side of Warcraft logs and guilds not logging to the respective guilds, but doing personal logs instead. Okay. Progress has started Alysrazor. This is a pretty long fight. Shannox, on the other hand, is dying much faster. Much shorter fight. Now, we know that Newman managed to use the haste buff to kill trash to spawn Shannox. Progress has already spawned Shannox. So the question is, what will they be able to do with it? Shurkata says Murphin's guild just killed Shannox. If Murphin's guild is the first guild to kill Baleroc, we swap to them as well. So keep me updated, Shurkata. But Newman and Progress are the current favorites, so we're gonna stick with them for now. Make sure that you tag me if a guild kills Baleroc and is spawning the gate to go to Majordomo. Let's get fucking hype, boys! This is a very competitive race. Shannox is almost dead here. And it's done. Okay, so Newman is making their way over to Beth'tilac, whereas Progress is stuck on Alysrazor. So it's gonna be very interesting what happens now. Progress is hiding behind the meteor to avoid the whirlwind. Alice is at 87. Not bad, not bad. Murphin's guild is starting Baleroc. Does that mean that they've killed everything up until then? I don't think so. I want to know when the bridge spawns. That's what I want to know. Bridge spawning, that's where we go. NA has had a wipe on Beth. That can happen. Stepbrothers has had a wipe. Newman and Progress are still neck to neck, but the question is, are the Russians still approaching? If you want to know how Newman is doing, we have Newman up here at the top left, and we have Progress in the middle of your screen. Both guilds have had a good start, a couple of deaths. Murphin's guild has started Baleroc. Let me know. So have they killed everything before that? I don't think they've killed the fourth boss yet. So it's when the bridge spawns. That's what we want. Okay, so Beth'tilac has been spawned. When this boss dies, Baleroc is next. And on the side of Progress, when Alysrazor spawns, Shannox is next. So if you just count the amount of bosses dead, then I would say Newman is slightly ahead. Hiding behind, hiding behind. Looks like a clean pull from both guilds. Devastation number 2 happening soon on the side of Newman. This is number 2. Progress is on the last stage of the Alysrazor fight. Okay. Let's calm down a little bit. It's a lot of Nessie please right now. I'm hyped as well. We're all hyped, super stoked. Very clean raid so far from both guilds. Love to see it. Type right now in chat which guild do you think is gonna claim Firelands World First. Firelands World First. Type the name of the guild in the chat right now. Who you think is gonna claim it. Right fucking now, dude. Okay, we have Devastation number 3 after they go up this net. So they have to go up, get number 3, and then come down. Progress is doing the whirlwinding stage right now. Let's see. We don't want to see any deaths on the side of Progress on this. I believe that's 2 people dead. Disaster. Newman also had people dying during this phase. Okay, so the boss is downstairs. It's really low. 28%. Okay, really, really low actually. They're burning the boss. But remember, Newman did the boss slightly slower, but they also pulled trash in. They're still stuck on Beth'tilac. Here we go. Progress is moving towards Baleroc, but they have to deal with Shannox. Okay. Looks like they are about to do Devastation number 3, and then boss is gonna come down. Progress is on the way to Baleroc. I'm getting reports that the Russian guild might struggle on Baleroc. Newman has a player dead, just as the last phase is about to start. Not ideal, he's back up. Progress still clearing trash. I think this will put Newman at 4 out of 7 if they kill this. Whereas Progress is 3 out of 7. Clearing trash, going well. Beth'tilac is dying. Multiple trash getting pulled in here. Not sure if that's intentional or if that is a mistake. I think Progress is 3 out of 7 and Newman is gonna be 4 out of 7 when Beth'tilac dies. Progress is behind with a Shannox, but they are ahead with a Beth'tilac. Oh, there he is! What the hell? Oh, did they despawn Shannox and make him spawn in front of Beth'tilac? In front of Baleroc? The pathing! The pathing! Newman is going towards Baleroc. Murphy just killed Baleroc. Let's fucking go, boys. Okay, Newman is about to start Baleroc. So right now it looks like Newman needs to clear this trash and Progress needs to clear this boss, and then it's gonna be a Baleroc race. Murphy's guild is going for Rhyolith. Shannox is low-key melting. Guys, again, if you change your mind, type who do you think is gonna take it? This is a close race.
Just say one day will bring back yourself to me. Some say you will love me one day.
Baleroc engaged. Newman is definitely pulling ahead. If they don't wipe on Baleroc, we're switching over to main screening Newman after this. Newman has a clean start to Baleroc. They use their ICDs on the trash, but that's completely fine. You don't really need it for Baleroc per se. You can see on the side of Newman that they have Devo Warlocks going insane. Statements going on 3 to 7 sounds good. Let's go, the Germans. Let's get fucking hype, boys. Shannox on 15%. Progress is, I would say, around 45 seconds behind Newman at this point. It's gonna take a huge. They're gonna have to make up a lot of time. This is gonna be about Newman and Progress now. Oh my god, what's happening, Newman? Are you guys fine? Newman? No way! No! Newman! Progress is in the lead! Oh, do they have what? Do they have coverage? Recovery? Nobody's doing anything! Okay, they are... Let's start the timer now. Progress is looking really good because of that. We knew that Baleroc was gonna be a huge risk. We knew that guilds were gonna go with low amount of healers, and there's a chance that healers get the debuff, especially with the Link. And if that happens, you are gonna struggle on that boss, and you're gonna have tank deaths. So we're gonna have to see exactly what happened. It's a bit hard to see when the screen is this small, but we know that this is a risky fight. Progress is also playing very few healers on this fight. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Heal the tank in 2 seconds. Big heals. Progress has changed their raid comp. They have a third Holy Paladin for this fight. So Progress has summoned in a different raid comp for Baleroc. Let's go, Progress! Let's fucking go, boys! Couple of guilds at 3 out of 7 bosses right now. Okay, we need to calm down a little bit. I need to calm down. Let's see. I think if Progress doesn't wipe here, they look really good. Newman is gonna have to do some insane catch-up here, but look at the boss health. Newman is catching up insanely fast with playing their risky comp. They started maybe 20 seconds behind, and they are almost catching up. Let's see if the risky play is gonna work. This is by no means over. Looks really good. When it comes to the race for 3rd place, which is probably what the rest of them are competing for, I think it looks really close. So we're definitely gonna have to see what happens to the 3rd place rankings here. But when it comes to number 1 and 2, nobody seems to really be able to challenge Newman and Progress. At least not right now. Yeah, it's extremely close. Newman has a more raid DPS, I think. Every 3 minutes they get a lot of gargoyles back and they can really catch up. Newman is having a really high risk, high reward comp. We already saw them wipe once to Baleroc and they changed nothing, they sent it again. I fucking respect that, boys. Save. Dealing with the mechanics just as they should. Even though it might not feel like I'm reading chat, I actually am. I heard that the Russians are now 4 out of 7 and they're about to go to Baleroc. I also saw that Statement has initiated Baleroc and has it sub 50%. So we have to see what happens there. On the side of Progress, you have a little bit of Blood and Death Knight healing going on right here. Very balanced. I love the class balance in Kata. It's the best it's ever been. Fucking love it, dude. Russians are about to start a bird. So it looks like Statement and the Russians are gonna have a battle for 3rd. That's what it looks like. 20%. This is a long fight. It's Even though Newman had insane DPS at the start of the fight, I feel like the overall raid DPS looks really close between the two raids. Shadow Priest died. Shadow Priest died. He's back up instantly, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be a problem with soaking, the fact that he died. They should be totally fine to deal with that though. Looks good on both sides. 10% approaching on the side of Progress. Newman, pretty much the same. I need to get this fucking hair out of my face. Yeah, that didn't work out. Newman having a lot of raid DPS with their Death Knights on this fight. They just focus on dancing the melee orb and just pumping. Looks really good for them. If they kill Baleroc first, we are swapping. We are officially swapping, boys. See if this works. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, you guys get to see a Death Knight POV now instead. We have around a 5-second lead. Amazing catch up by Newman. Wiping and still coming out 5 seconds ahead despite starting the pull maybe 20 seconds after Progress is crazy. We see some marks coming out. Newman is playing a lot of Death Knights on this fight, which is really powerful here. Progress had somebody die. Oh, Fogi weak or us slash sit, boys. It looks really close between the two teams. Progress is also running a heavy Death Knight stack now. Yeah, the delay of each person's stream might also shift in like 5 seconds to each side. So there might very well be that there are Progress players that are a couple seconds ahead. There might be a couple of Newman players that are a couple seconds ahead, but it's really close. Looks like it's close. Newman still slightly ahead, spawning the boss encounter in 2 seconds. Now, what we're really interested in seeing here is whether guilds opt to play the Scorpion or the Cat. Because you can force which one you get. Can we see his concentration? Up here, when this reaches 100, he does 100% more damage. So you want to keep that concentration stack up here as high as possible. And the way that you drop your stacks is by taking damage, right? So Newman is definitely ahead here. They've already pulled. Progress, on the other hand, hard chilling. You have a really impressive opener by the Ret Pala, as he should. Okay, let's see where this goes. I would say favored Newman right now. Very impressive Baleroc and Majordomo. But they also were ahead already before that. So they're pretty much just... So it looks like they're all stacking on green. This is a bit of a risk strat with the stack. So let's see. We have the Scorpion. How many people can they keep at 100 now? That's what matters. Okay. Really good. They only did 1 slash on the tank with defensives. So everybody kept their stacks. If people stack to deal the, share the slash, you lose the concentration. So they really managed to do it. Okay. Looks good, looks good. And here you have the transition again, so now they need to bait out the leap to any of the sides. Really nice positioning. Look at these laser beams that are coming in. Perfect positioning. The way that they played it here at this little edge, really smart. Really like what Newman is doing here on Majordomo. Remember, this is a very long fight and it's pretty much a DPS race. Okay, so they're gonna get the debuffs now. The thing that is really important about Unholy DK is that he can use anti-magic shield to clear if he gets a seed. So rather than running out like this and exploding out here, he can just stay in and use an ability. So that makes Death Knights by far the best DPS on this fight. But the Hunter is doing amazing. 60k DPS pretty consistently as a Hunter is really important. It's a really good job. I could probably look to swap to the player called Nestser. Can you type his exact Twitch name? And we can swap to that if he is if that is a more accurate depiction. It could also be that I just have a slight lag. So it might not even be that there's that much of a difference. Yep, thank you guys. I can probably fix that really quick. Looks really close between the two guilds. I believe progress was a lot slower to pull the boss, but I feel like they've caught up a little bit. But this is a very huge health pool. You see the boss still has 250 million to go. So it's really important that you manage these concentration stacks. This position to tank that Newman is doing is giving them full control of these fires. This is amazing. Progress, on the other hand, is playing way more. You see that they are a bit all over the place, causing a lot more movement. Whereas with Newman's positioning on this corner, they can just stay at it. Once the boss dies, we're gonna see if we can maybe refresh and swap to another person, and if that maybe catches up a little bit. Because there's quite the long travel between this boss and Ragnaros. But this looks so safe on the side of Newman. They are... This positioning, you see how they move the boss around the corner to spawn these little things? And then they come back. So they play here and then they go around the corner. When he turns into a scorpion, they use a defensive and then they go back. And that way they get full control on these orbs. Warriors having a really good pull right now. Is there anywhere we can see how long they've been in combat? There's 2 minutes left, 5 minutes. So in 50 seconds around, we should have gargoyles coming up for all of the Death Knights. I get reports that Polar is slowly coming back, but then again, Majordomo takes a lot of time. This is a really, really close race, but I really like the DPS on the side of Newman, and this, I believe that this strategy is just so smart. So smart. Really smart. If Newman is ahead after Majordomo, we're gonna swap to the Hunter POV of Church Vibes. Can people type the exact name of Church Vibes stream in the chat, and I can just copy paste that really quick into the main frame if they finish this boss ahead. It's just exactly that, Church Vibes. Thank you. Then we're probably gonna split, because Hunters has very interesting assignments and they can make or break the Ragnaros fight. It's a super important role. If you have a strong player on that role, that fight is a lot easier. He needs to soak traps. He can help a lot in the last phase. Looks good, looks good. Oh, they didn't even bother going around the corner here. They just kept the boss here in the center. Gargoyles are being sent. Boss is getting burnt down. 60k, 57, 57, 56. They have at least 5 people above 55. 1 mage actually staying up there. Oh, that's another... Okay, they need to use defensives on the tank here before the slash. That should be fine though. Okay, we're gonna try to be super fast to swap to the hunter now. Okay, so I'm gonna go like this. Alright, we know that there's a slight delay on this guy's stream. They had to deal with a couple of seeds here. But we are gonna watch the hunter POV for Rag. Progress is still stuck on Majordomo. Let's get some hype song for this. Guys. Newman! Newman is leading going into Rag. They want this. They are the hungry dogs. They're hungry for this. They wiped. They didn't let that stop them. They came back and they just chased down Progress and took the lead. But Progress is right behind them. This is gonna be really close. We saw a cloaking device equipped on the side of Newman. Rocket boots. Cloaking. Running past these 2 mobs. Nobody failed. Look safe, look safe. Let's get fucking hype, boys. Rag. Progress is about to do their skip as well. Rag in 5. TBC rocket boot, slow fall. Holy Paladin starting the fight. Progress starting the fights a little bit faster than Newman, but Newman definitely ahead. Starting the event, rather. Okay. Now, just dodge these waves. Nothing too tricky. This trap needs to be taken care of by a hunter, controllable. I would pretty much say that the only way that Newman would lose now is if they wipe. Because if they wipe, this fight is just too long to come back. But they did wipe on Baleroc, and they still caught up. So... But this one is going to be super punishing. They cannot afford to wipe again. They are dead on the side of Progress. Looks pretty clean on the side of Newman. Dodge these. Perfect. Alright. We're gonna chill a little bit now. We're gonna go into the next phase really soon. Facing... Let's see here. So, right now, they need to... If you haven't done Ragnaros encounter before, they need to avoid these small sons of Ragnaros reaching his hammer. So he's gonna put down his hammer, right? And then there's gonna spawn on all of these pillars, there's gonna be a bunch of ad spawning. They get a pretty nice... Oh, it can't reach! Nice knockback. If that one would have reached, it would have been a wipe. So they have 2 mobs on this side, and the rest of them are out of our field of vision right now. When these die, you will start the dancing phase. Looks good, looks good. Let's dance, boys. Gotta dodge the hammer here. Easy. We're gonna do the molten seeds. Ads are gonna spawn. Murphin Guild is also starting Rag now. Looks like they're going for 3rd. Ads are up, need to be DPS down. This is where Hunters really shine. Oh my god. Did you see those ads just fucking melt? I barely even saw them spawn. Can't stand there. Can't stand there. Easy dancing. This is Naxxramas all over again. Easy boys, easy boys. 2 people dead on the side of Progress. If Progress wipes here, they could lose 2nd place to the Russians. Newman is having a... Not only are they having a good Nefarian, they're having a really fucking good Ragnaros, I mean. It's really good. Look at these ads now. These are just gonna disappear. Def and Decays are down. Look at them. Ah, they didn't die quite as fast this time. They actually did reach somewhat. Statement killed Majordomo now. Ah, really good stuff, good stuff. They are maybe gonna be able to catch someone. If they wipe on Rag now, Statement might be able to take their spot in the top 3. It looks like Who has also killed Baleroc. Step Brothers, 5 out of 7. Who, 5 out of 7. Eternal, not getting updated. Unfortunate. Yeah, Progress is doing this fight with people dead constantly. Newman, on the other hand, everybody alive. Really good showing on the side of Newman. I think once a guild wins, we switch to the team that is number 3, right? Push, push, push. Oh my god, look at that. Beautiful DPS on these ads. One of them is still running around. One of them is running around. Maybe it wasn't properly stacked, so it's possible. Okay, let's see. The hammer is about to come down. There it is. Looks pretty handable. Looks handable. These 2 are getting killed. The Death Knights are probably over on the other side, killing the big stacks. Death Knights are extremely good here because they can... I think these are grippable. I'm a bit unsure. Yep, grippable and knockable. Death Knights are just fucking broken in this race. I swear to god the class is broken. Anti-magic zone. Grip. Insane, insane. These Scions need to die. They are gatekeeping you from going to the last phase. So Newman is pushing the Scions. Couple more percent. Phase 3. Scion needs to die. There it is. Progress is slightly behind. They started the fight later. They're doing dancing up here instead. %35% on the side of Newman. Progress is behind, as they should be. Progress still hasn't lusted. This could really come down to the wire. For some reason, Progress is deciding not to rest this player, despite having it available. He might be disconnected. That's the one of the few reasons I can see it. Okay, so the meteor is out. if you do a damaging ability to it, it gets knocked away, but then you can't knock it again in a while. So it's swap target, it's going for somebody else. So you need to take care of these meteors while you're pushing the boss. Pushing, pushing, pushing. Progress has combat rest in 10 seconds. Hopefully their player is back. We got Flames doing the dancing now. Boss is at 19% on the side of Newman, looking very promising. We need some absolute fucking pumper song for this towards the end, guys. We're gonna go with one of the classics. I'm sorry to my neighbor. I'm a professional upstairs neighbor right now. I'm gonna be shouting. Let's fucking go, Newman. This is your chance. Your first, world first. About to start the last phase real soon. Progress has lusted now. Newman is chasing their first win. They're hungry, they want this. Knockback, very nice. Ragnaros submerging, chilling, hard chilling. Alright. We got the last phase now, boys. 45% last phase for Newman. The real fight starts now. They have 2 meteors that they need to take care of. Ragnaros still just chilling. He's up now. Newman has lost in 40 seconds. Okay, so they're staying in here, cleaning their shit. Looks good. Keep getting them knocked back. Basically what you want to do is that you want to get one of the meteors into this frost patch and then kill the meteor, but you don't want to do it until you have a second one. No geysers. That mechanic apparently isn't working. Blizzard! Blizzard! If you want Blizzard to actually give us pre-nerf content, you need to type in caps lock Blizzard right now in the chat. Meteor is getting kited in. They need to kill this. They have a second patch right here. Clean, clean, clean. 30% on Rag. Progress is about to start the last phase. And now, to close off this fight, there's only one song that the old school members know. This is the way. Come on, Newman, this one is for you. They're holding Lust. Second meteor. No more meteors. They're just coasting now, boys. Now all they need is for Rag to get rooted and it's fucking over. Boss is stunned, 50% more damage. They're still not lusting. Why are you not lusting?
Wire.
Press lust.
Fire.
Holy shit, they're freaking out.
Fire. Wire.
All of their mages, all of their shamans have forgot that they could press lust right now.
Wire.
Come on, Newman. It should be free now.
Wire.
12 more %. Progress is too far behind. Here it comes. That's the lust. That's the fucking lust, boys. Come on, Newman. This is your time. Is this beginning of Newman era? 5 more %. Come on, Newman. It's so free, but they don't have much more space. Look at all this fire on the ground. They have nowhere to go. There we have it, dude. But rather than celebrating them, we are gonna see what happens to the third place as well. Then we're gonna have some interviews, of course. I believe that the Russians are in third place. Isn't that right? Congratulations, Ruben! Slap it up for the boys! It's their first world first! They've never won before, but they're doing it. They're doing it live for the boys. Now, other than hoping that Progress doesn't wipe, of course, we need to celebrate the fact that the Russians said, fuck this shit, we are bringing an Enna Shaman. And what does he do? Fucking smashes it. I believe in you, Cop7. Cop7, we believe. You're the fucking GOAT, man. #1 All-Stars player in the world. The fucking Cop7, dude. The Estonian devil himself. Let's fucking go, Cop. Progress is taking it home. Second place. Let's go, Cop7. Guys, I need some intel. How's it going for the fourth place? It looks like Step Brothers, Statement, and Who. All of them are in 6 out of 7. Who is ahead? Who, Statement, or Step Brothers? Who do we watch? I need the name of the streamers in the respective guilds. Church, we're gonna do an interview with you in maybe 15 minutes. Let's see the top 5. Kisira is from Statement. Okay. Oh my god, chat is moving too fast. I can't. Kisira. Okay, that's Statement. Let's bring them up at the top left part of your screen. Kaisman 24. Yeah, fucking Kaisman, dude. I interviewed him, but then I fucked it up. Okay, we have Step Brothers, and we have... Yeah. Can't believe they're doing fucking ads. Okay, we're so back. Okay, so the Russians are looking really good for third, but honestly, this is Step Brothers haven't pulled yet, whereas on the side of who did we say that was? Who am I watching at the top left? It's NA, right? 2 of the people of the Russian coalition is dead. But I don't care. Enna Shaman, guys, I swear, if Enna Shaman overtakes this warrior, I will go nuts. I will throw my headset. Fuck this shit. If Enna Shaman overtakes, I will be so happy, dude. Polar is almost phase 3. Once the third place is over, we're gonna go into interviewing the winners instead. But let's see, we need to see the Russians close this one out. Dude, there's only one thing I want to see spamming in the chat right now. Let me see. We need to put on the special song for... Here it is. This is Cop7 song. Right now, I want to see a fucking Cop7 spam in the chat. The only Enna Shaman in the world in the race. Cop7, dude. My hero. W-Enhance. Giga Chad. Owner, dude. 7, dude. Actual GOAT. He is catching up. He's climbing the meters. He's doing it. I want this warrior to get DDoSed. I want him to just go offline right now, dude. We fucking go, boys. Top 7. My guy. Let's fucking go, cops. Okay, so we're gonna right now get somebody on the line from the winner POV. Let me see. I have my old guildie that I really want to get a hold of. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, sorry guys, we're just gonna take a quick
Stop
break
wasting
here.
my time, week 6 of Yoke 1 Line. Can you explain how this works?
I'm trying to call Church. Where is he? Where is he? I'll call Fogi if he doesn't respond. Let's see if we can get either one of them to get there. Hello?
Yo. Hello, Anful.
Yo! Okay, hold on. Let me get you into the studio to get you comfortable, yeah?
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay, let's see.
Let everybody see the Ryan Gosling, of course.
Okay, we're getting you into the studio. Okay, let me see. Oh my god, what? Yeah, I'm leaking our DMs now. Hope that's fine.
Absolutely. Oh no, what is this?
Yeah. Nothing toss, of course. You're safe. You're good. You're good.
I like the improvisation, of course.
Yeah. I'm getting you. I'm getting you here. I'm getting you comfortable here in the studio. Relax.
I feel pretty comfortable. Rightio.
Come on, I'm almost done. Mic you up here. Okay, Church, my old guildie. Welcome to the Anfall Experience podcast. First off, let me say congratulations. How are you feeling?
Bro, honestly, after not having World First since, I think, Tier 9 was the last time, me and you both did it in Grand Crusader, this is honestly something haven't felt in a while, especially after all of the second places. This really kind of tops it, to be honest. It just feels surreal.
So, once you have a rush like this, I've been on the other side, you and me have won together before, but this time you are winning, I'm sitting here like a sore loser on the bench. Tell me, how good doesn't it feel to win against your old guildies?
I mean, I was wishing some of the boys good luck, of course. I know Progress's motto is best of the best, and I think it's always good to be kind of like kind, I guess, to your competition. Still like treat them as friends, don't like shit talk them pretty much, but it feels good, you know, especially after going to Beef Bath and racing against them in ICC, losing there unfortunately. It feels good to take this home. We wanted to win speedruns, of course, but the race was something like even more extraordinary, and winning that was like pretty much just the cherry on top, I would say, over the last few months.
Yeah, so we were watching you guys. At the start, we had a bunch of guilds and progress on the main monitor. After a short while, we saw that this is only going to be about progress and Newman. So then we had you at the top corner, and we had progress on the main screen. But you guys really pulled ahead, I believe, at 2 points. Can you tell me a little bit about your Alysrazor strategy?
Yeah, so with Alysrazor, what we decided, and this was pretty much implemented in the very last PTR, was we needed to pull some of the trash to activate Shannox, and we figured out the exact trash mobs and route that we'd need to take. So we figured if we could just kill it using the Alysrazor buff during Alysrazor, during the downtime, then it's just going to be a plus. Now, we wanted to take this strat one step further and kill Shannox during this as well, but we didn't actually have enough practice of PTR time to be able to do so. We did practice even bigger trash balls into the boss, but it wasn't really... We had a lot of other stuff to practice, so we couldn't do that. But this is definitely something I can see happen in like speedruns. Definitely doing Alysrazor or a bunch of trash Shannox altogether. I can definitely see that being a thing.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the rule set when we go into speedruns is going to be super important, whether or not these type of high-risk pulls are going to be a thing or not. But, okay, so you're Alysrazor, you gained so much time. I believe you were the only guild that even, like, used the buff a little bit to do trash. And then you guys started Beth'tilac ahead of everyone. You wiped. Can you tell me a little bit, like, what was going through your mind when you wiped there on Beth'tilac?
Oh boy, it was, we had a little bit of tank miscommunication at the start, so a problem with, like, the taunts. And then there was, like, an issue because of that, which resulted in some problems with tank healing. And then our main tank died and off tank died, and we pretty much quickly just called the wipe. It was like a bunch of like yelling on Discord. We just had to like calm down and pretty much just get back into the game, like quickly die, res up, get a food buff, because I think we pretty much knew that we were like neck and neck with progress. So we just had to like get back into it. And we knew that if we wiped again, it pretty much was going to be a lost race. I honestly thought that we pretty much would have lost the race at that point, because like a perfect like clear with no wipes would have taken it. I'm really surprised that we actually managed to win even with a wipe. But I'm not sure if progress wiped, although I haven't actually seen their result.
No, so you're going to be able to see it in my VOD later, because we had you side by side. But basically, you guys wiped, they started Beth'tilac, and I believe they had around 20-second gain on you guys by the time you did your second pull. But then you managed to kill Beth'tilac before them by a couple of seconds, and then your Majordomo strat was vastly different. Not Beth'tilac, I mean Baleroc. And then you went to Majordomo, and you had an interesting strategy where you were tanking the boss close to a corner. Can you tell me a little bit about that strat?
Yeah, so pretty much what we wanted to do is we wanted to kind of split the group up. It revolves around several things. So one is orb positioning. Whenever orbs are going to be spawning, it's pretty much for the optimal positioning for the tanks. And then the second one is we wanted to pretty much somehow split for two groups and then take the tank LOS. I can't tell you exactly why we take him LOS around the corner. It's because I don't know the ins and outs of the strats, but it's something that we pretty much tried in like the last PTR. And we wanted to pretty much always skip seeds if possible, because getting seeds is just going to be a DPS loss, and we wanted to always force him into Scorpion. But we decided just for safety measures in like the last few sessions that we did to just do 2 sets of orbs into just seeds and orbs rotating. We did, like, using this strat is something that you're able to consistently do seeds periodically, but it's also very high risk. If we wiped there, it would have also been GG.
Yeah, but you guys not only did you manage not to wipe, I think you gained somewhere around like 10-15 seconds to progress on your Majordomo strat alone, and then Rag looked like smooth sailing. I'm interested, when you guys pulled Rag, did you have any sort of information like we're ahead, or were you just playing blind?
Yeah, so we had a shout out to some, I won't say who, but we did have some people who were like kind of tracking our pretty much progress against progress. I like pretty much states where we were, and they pretty much told us that we're like pretty much one mob ahead, and then Fogi's basically telling everybody, okay, just keep calm, just chill, play the fight as we've normally played it. And Rag was also just a real, I mean, I don't know if you watched it, but when we had the third and last seeds, it was an overlap between the seeds and the smash timer, and Fogi was saying on Discord that it's going to be smash first, it's going to be smash wait, and then we see the seeds pop up and we just have to move immediately. So it was very, very risky, and the one run really could have just ended there. And I was also worried about some tank taunting maybe in the last phase, but our tanks did it very well, and because of that, it all paid off.
One sort of thing that is very sad when it happens, but it happens almost every race, having 25 people with stable internet connections and whatnot. What, on your side, did everybody manage to stay online? Was it like a smooth raid in that sense, or did you have any sort of issues with that?
Yeah, I mean, it was actually really surprising because considering how bad it's been with our speedruns, where we had some DCs during the run, we had some DCs where people having like power outages for hours on end. It was really, really awkward. And we did have backups in this case, but this time at least it was very stable. Didn't have to pretty much think about replacing anybody, and everybody was pretty much online the entire time, so that was good in that regard.
Yep, I haven't had
Thank
a
you, Blizzard, of course.
Sorry, what?
No, I'm just thanking Blizzard, of course, for not DCing us this time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's their fault, sometimes it's just the internet service provider of the people you have. Having 25 people, not having any issues, it's a big ask, honestly. But I think that's all of the race-specific questions that I had based on what I saw from your run. But before I let you go and celebrate with the boys, I also want to know, quite briefly, what are your plans now going into Firelands? Are you going to play GDKPs? Or are you going to relax? What's the plan?
You mean my personal plan or the guild plans?
I'm just interested in what are your plans?
As for me, so I pretty much played a ret for like the entirety of this phase. We didn't, our old ret left, so somebody had to take up that role. But I'm thinking in Firelands I'm going to go back to my hunter roots. Played hunter for like 3 or 4 years or something, and I think it's going to be a lot more fun because ret doesn't really seem too viable come speedruns just because of the aura range. So I'm looking forward to playing a bunch of probably guild splits, I would say, and maybe GDKP with a guild as well. Newman GDKP, of course, for anyone interested. Fastest GDKP in the world.
Yeah, I've already shouted out that I'm going to be doing 3 runs with you guys the first week, so I think the people that want to get into a GDKP, seeing a GDKP that has the same name as the people who get world first is probably pretty good advertisement.
It is, and we actually have a run that we're going to be doing right after this, so we're just going to be taking, I guess, like a little break. We're just going to chill with the boys and we're sending the GDKP after this, see if we maybe just get the number 1 GDKP time in progression as well. That'll be a bit of good advertising, what do you think?
Yeah, how to tell me you don't have a job without telling me you don't have a job. I'm gonna let you go.
You know university students, bro, you know how this works.
No, but seriously, Graz Church, it's been a while since the last time you were on top. Go celebrate with your team. And maybe we'll compete against each other in Firelands. It depends on whether or not my guild believes in Enha or not. But regardless, best of luck and thank you for the interview.
You just got to convince Julius that Enha is worth, bro. Thank you very much for having me, bro.
Yep, take care, dude.
See you.
Alright, so that was Church Vibes, the hunter of Newman. So let's see if I can get somebody else. Let's see if this guy picks up. See if we can get one more Newman player to tell us a little bit about how they're feeling and what their plans were and how it all went. What a race! It was so close. I saw some people believing in Newman, some people believed in progress, some people believed in an upset with the Russians maybe taking it, but oh, we might have someone.
Hello?
Hey, let me see if I can get you comfortably into the studio now.
Sure.
Okay, I have you. You're in the studio now, you're getting mic'd up. I just spoke to your guildy Church Vibes. He's finally back on top again, this time with Newman. And I believe, Fogi, this is the first time you as well win a world first race in Classic with Newman. How does it feel?
I don't know if I can top a feeling like this. It feels really good, but like I'm just super happy for the guys because they've worked so hard at this. So they super deserve it, and I'm proud of all of them. They play really well. And yeah, like personally, I feel obviously happy with the achievement, but it's mostly for the guys. I'm just so happy for them. I think in tier 11 we got a little bit screwed by the bug. For those that know about it, so that felt bad for the whole of this phase, I would say. So it was nice that they got this. They super deserved it. So yeah, I'm ecstatic, to be honest.
Yeah, it must feel really good as a leader to be able to see how happy the people around you are. The fact that At the end of the day, you're sort of a central piece of the guild, even though everybody is important, everybody have to show up and perform. You, of course, being an organizer, leader, whatever. When we were watching the run, we were watching progress on the main screen, and you guys were on the top left of the monitor together with a bunch of guilds, but it became pretty clear early on that this was going to come down to Progress and Newman. And I want to ask you a little bit about one part of the fight where you gained a lot of time, was the fact that your boss kill times. Let's just talk about that real quick. Your DPS players did really well. Do you have anything to say about that? The fact that you were so much faster at killing bosses?
I mean, we did a lot of boss work on the PTR because there was limited we could do with the trash. We felt like up until like you spawned Shannox. I mean, our route was I think no one else did the same route, but I'm not sure. But in terms of like the DPS in our guild, some of the guys that we have are like absolutely insane at playing pure DPS. Like, I mean, all of them, to be honest. It's really, yeah, I don't really know what to say about that, but they're just like the top players. And then yeah, with the boss kills, we just spent a lot of time optimizing them, as you do. And people were coming up with some really good ideas, so it's just nice that it all worked out. But I haven't actually seen like any of the of what Progress did or any other guild, but I don't know how if there was a particular boss we were super ahead on or something.
Well, I have a couple of numbers for you based on, the spreadsheet where you just compare boss kill times. You guys were 11 seconds faster on Rhyolith. You lost a little bit of time on Alysrazor. I want to touch on that. Shannox, you gained 29. Beth'tilac, 14. Baleroc, 29. Majordomo, 10. And Ragnaros, almost 1 minute faster kill time.
Right. Okay. So I would assume that they probably 4-healed a lot of stuff. Or 5-healed maybe. That maybe explain some of it at least. But yeah, I'm not really sure why that is. If it's comp or we were running obviously a lot of Death Knights, which are really strong on Rag specifically. And we worked out on the PTR that we could just lust on the pull and then lust in the last phase. And that was leading to faster kill times. And I don't know if they did that either.
No, they held their lust. You're perfectly right. Maybe other guilds also did it, but Progress held their lust. So you guys gained one more lust, so to speak.
Yeah, which is pretty huge in the last phase because he obviously gets stunned and takes extra damage. So I'm just looking at their comp and they're less DKs and they're 5 hunters on Rag, which I understand why they did that for the ads, but yeah, we like the boss damage of Death Knight, so we opted to go that way.
All right, cool. So, Alysrazor, you guys lost time on the fight, but you also used the buff to kill trash. I spoke to Church Vibes. He said you had even more ambitious plans for it. You decided to go with this moderately aggressive plan. How did it feel when you did it? Did you feel like this is risky? Or are you gonna pull it off? How did you feel?
So we found ourselves on Alysrazor, like just standing around. Like we had done this route pretty much from like day 2, I think, of PTR. We had like discovered the route we were going to do and spawned Shannox perfectly. And we tested it on retail and so on. But we found ourselves like whilst doing this route, like thinking we're just sitting here on Alysrazor and don't really like make use of the feathers and so on. So we just started experimenting with pulling trash in and seeing how we could go with that. And then what ended up happening is we skipped like we did actually 2 trash pulls up to Alysrazor, but we were originally doing 3, and then we just stopped doing the trash outside Alysrazor's room and just pulled it in. And you can send like a hunter pet is what we use to do it. It takes like no damage from the outside, so it's just about getting the timings right. And then because everyone has like the insane haste buff and the crit buff as well, the trash just melts. Like as long as you get it under the boss. We ran like a WeCore that marked all the caster mobs of the trash, and then we had assigned grips for each DK, grip them under the boss, and we would spread combust from the boss when it's taking extra damage. And so it didn't feel risky at all. The only risk part, I suppose, would be like if the pull was messed up a little bit. But yeah, I think like we did quite a lot of time on that just to make sure it would be safe.
Yeah, no, it felt safe, but then again, sadly during that part, I only had you guys on like a mini screen on part of my monitor. But then I also spoke to Church prior to you about your little corridor strat on Majordomo, and he wasn't really sure why you guys did that, but it looked very stable, and it looked like you were able to keep the boss in the same position despite spawning the orbs. Can you just briefly explain like what's the thing
Sure.
there that you guys do?
Okay, so we you needed 7 people on to emulate this, but we tested it on retail, and we tried for a few hours to just find a good spot where you could take him, or like see if there was any spot where the orbs behaved, in a way that would be like advantageous to us. So we figured out that basically if you have Majordomo in a place where he's not, like, he can't cast the orb around a line of sight position, so we found this corner, and the tank basically drags him around the corner just before you're about to get stunned and spawn the orbs, and then by doing so the orbs are never going to spawn in a way that would affect the raid, and we wouldn't have to do any movement. The way to do that as well is, I mean, you can effectively skip the seeds entirely, the whole phase, or the whole fight, but we didn't want to push it too much because it gets a little bit riskier the larger his hitbox gets. Not that it affects him stacking and whatnot, it's more just like melee brains that sort of, like, once a big hitbox they move a bit differently and so on. So and the tanks take increasing damage because basically if you keep him on the start of the pool, we put him in a cat, then he goes into a scorpion, and then the next one will be let me get this right. Obviously, yeah, he'll do the he'll do the orbs like immediately after that second scorpion.
Yeah.
Then you take him to then what you do is when he does those orbs, you sort of force him to go back into let me get this right, a scorpion again, and you do that by the people that are outside baiting and the raid just sort of touching, like going. You have like a 1 second to go towards each other, and you will force him back into scorpion. So you can skip the seeds entirely, and therefore people don't lose their damage buff. That's the whole goal. So that's what we went with. We did it 3 times, I think, and then we just played with the seeds from there on. It's like a balance because, well, by doing this, obviously you're going to get another set of orbs that overlap once so you end up having 10 orbs up at a time, and the tanks get destroyed. So you have to like make CD rotations and stuff like that. So the thinking was basically to delay the seeds as long as possible for more DPS. That was the whole idea of the strat. And the line of sight like tech basically enables that. That makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. And when I was watching it, because it's a pretty long fight, me in the chat pretty much guessed that it had something to do with the way that you wanted to manipulate the faces and the orbs. But it was nice hearing you explain it for the dum-dums like myself. Now, I don't have many more questions. I want you to go and just celebrate with the boys. But before you go, I'm just curious, what's next for you? Are you gonna take a break and just play guild raids? Are you gonna step away a bit more? Are you gonna play GDKPs? What are you looking to do for the next couple of weeks?
Personally, I'm super excited to have a new phase, as I'm sure everyone is. And I think the game is really, like, the gameplay aspect of Kata is, in my opinion, one of the best ones that Blizzard have done. I really enjoy the gameplay. So yeah, I'm looking forward to just doing tons of splits, tons of GDKPs, and maybe stream a little bit again because I haven't done that in quite some time. But if I can I just say a couple of words?
Yeah, sure, as long as it's not straight up hate speech.
It would definitely not be hate speech.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, first thing I want to say is, like, to yourself, I think, and I touched about this to you when we spoke on Discord, is that not many people cover the competitive scene of Kata, whether that's speedrunning or this stuff, and you're obviously one of them. I think you're doing a great job. The content is hilarious. Our guild loves it, and I think it also encourages a good competition. So I hope that some guilds out there will get involved, maybe with Fireland speedrunning, because I think, you know, you don't have to go so many hours and so on, but I think having a goal for a guild in every phase is good. So hopefully people explore the game a bit and do that. And then also I just want to say thanks to my guilds. Like, there's some really amazing people in here, selfless people that spend so many hours on others and helping and so on, and it's just like it's really cool. I'm really happy for them. So there's that, and then also yeah, I guess that's about it. I guess that's all I had to say. And thanks to everyone that watched and supported and watches your streams and so on. Just yeah, in general, I love the game. So yeah, that's about it. And thanks to them letting me come on here.
No, thanks for coming on, and I think those were great words. I know the people in your guild really appreciate the stuff you do for them as well. So go celebrate with the boys, and I'll keep celebrating with my chat. Maybe get a couple more of the, I don't know, maybe the Russian guild who took third. Maybe some progress players want to come and just have a little therapy session. But thank you so much for coming on, man.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it so much. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
So that was Fogi. The legend, the man, the myth, the Patreon. Okay, so
in DPS, it doesn't matter what your actual number is. All that matters is
Oh,
what you
God!
identify as. If you identify as 15k DPS, in my eyes, I would treat you as if you're 15k DPS.
Jesus! Okay, I have to fix my analogy for when people gift a sub to me. It's like they're buying me a beer. This guy pretty much waterboarded me in beer right now. Thank you so much, Fogi, and Jesus, that's so generous. Congratulations to you. Let's not make this about me. Let's get somebody else online. Go celebrate with your team, man. Okay, let's see. I would really like to get a progress player on. Let's see if I can. Who can we get? Who can I speak to? Let's see here. The race is over. That is true. It's over. Let's see if maybe the race update is done. Yes! Even though we couldn't use the banners, we can use this! I can't see shit. Can you guys see shit? I can't see shit. Oh my god, ads. Oh. Mods! There's ads everywhere on this piece of shit website. All data. Yeah. Like, I don't care. So, Newman number 1, progress number 2, don't be upset, which is the Russians. Statement, who get carried, we didn't follow them. ICBA, to be honest, and Step Brothers. So, let me see if I can actually get someone. Let me see. Who can I get? Do we call Cope? Do we call the fucking goat? Cope 7? The Enna goat? The Estonian devil himself? You know what? I'm just gonna press call on Discord right now, dude. I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the boys. For all the 5 Enna shamans out there. I'm calling Cope. See if he picks up. Maybe he's too busy distributing loot.
Yo, hello.
Hey, do you have time for a quick interview?
Sure, why not? But my head hurts so much right now, so I don't know if we can talk. But okay.
Okay, look. At the start of tonight, I was looking at progress, and then I was looking at Newman, and we knew pretty early on that it was gonna come down to them. But people were talking in the chat about you guys. You were barely behind. You finished 3rd. You got world 3rd now in Firelands. And I was watching you on Rag specifically because people had been whispering in my ears that there's an Enna shaman that is pumping. You were blasting tonight. I looked briefly at the logs. How did the raid go for you personally?
Ragnar was good because we had really good intermissions, so I really pumped there with my AoE. But overall, I don't know. I mean, I did a lot of off healing, so I didn't really pump on Baleroc. I mean, but I think I did well. I think.
So when you say, because I've been doing a bit of Baleroc myself as Anna Shaman, do you mostly mean that you just put down Healing Rain with your Maelstrom stacks, or do you do
Yeah.
anything else?
Closer to the end of the fight, I was just spending all my Maelstrom on healing rains because it was really tight. Healers couldn't heal melee, so we had to survive ourselves.
Yeah, I think actually some of the Firelands fights are really good for Healing Rain, even when you're an Enna Shaman and Healing Rain is kind of weak. Would you agree?
I mean, it's weak, but if you compare Lightning Bolt damage, it's 20k. Healing Rain is like 50k healing, so I think you should heal if you can, if it's worth it.
Look, you got World Third. You were the only Enna Shaman, as far as I know, that competed tonight. I know when I was talking to Murphin that you were debating whether or not you should play Death Knight instead. What was it that made it so that you ended up going Enna Shaman in the end?
I just like Enha Shaman more for overall, because on Frost Decay you rely really hard on your cooldowns. So if you waste your trinket procs on trash, you just suck on the boss. But on Enha you just do everything on CD and you don't care. Yeah.
Yep. No, we talked about that before, that it's really nice to play Enna in speedruns because you don't care about your trinkets and your cooldowns. You can always do decent damage all the time. But was there any fight today where you felt like Enha was doing especially well? This is like a good Enha fight. Which one is that?
Can't say, but I think Majordomo can be good if you get lucky. But I lost my concentration a few times, so I didn't. I think I ended up 50k, which is not that much. On PTR, I had pulls where I was blasting like 55k, so I think it is good fight for Enha. Probably Rhyolith is nice, but I don't know. I feel like I'm padding too much. And Ragna is not that good. I mean, I just got lucky because I could cleave much on intermission. But when I played Frost Decay on Ragna, it was way better than Enha. It was like...
I just want to... Have you looked at the logs from the raid, since you have a headache and everything?
Not yet. I didn't really look much.
Okay, so I have them right here. So right now on my stream, I am showing the overall damage done across the entire race. And you are 4th. On trash and boss damage, you are number 4 in your race to world first. So there's a mage ahead of you, there's a warrior, you're almost same as the demon warlock, and then there's you. You beat every Death Knight on overall damage done. And I just want to say that is so impressive. And even though you felt like you didn't maybe play that well, you played really well from the sidelines at least. So I just want to say impressive work.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so I've asked this to everyone that I've interviewed so far, and I'm gonna ask you as well. So the race is over, you have a banging headache, but what are the plans for you now for the next coming weeks? Are you just gonna play GDKPs, or are you gonna take a break? What's your plan?
Yeah, we have a GDKP in, I think, 8 hours, so I gotta get some sleep.
Oh shit, you're doing an early GDKP?
Yeah, we hope to get 7 out of 7 in GDKP. Don't know how it goes, but...
Yeah. I mean, respect, dude. You have a banging headache, you did amazing cop. I hope when you watch back in this that you can look at the race and be really happy about your performance. I'm gonna let you go and sleep or celebrate with the boys. Thank you so much for coming to the interview.
Yeah, you too.
Alright, take care, dude. Damn. So humble. Jesus, who the fuck would be humble when you have an overall damage profile looking like this as an Enna? Come on! Like, come on! Look at this man! Look at him! How can he be humble? My man fucking slayed! Okay? Fuck the Death Knights, fuck Anti-Magic Zone, fuck Gargoyles. Look at this chat, dude. Holy fuck, dude. Real Arrow says, your turn in the GDKP. Fuck yeah, dude. I'm doing 3 runs with Newman GDKP this week. That's 1 more run than a progress run, actually. Bum. Let's hide that real quick. Okay, let me see. There's 1 person I would like to get, but... Sure. Not sure. I am doing 8 runs as Enhancement Shaman this week. 8 runs. Yo, I need to see if I can get Murphin on the line. He's my buddy, dude. And then I want to get somebody from Progress who feels like they're up for it. Okay, I think I got someone from Progress now.
Yo.
Hey Scarpa, just for my audience, because you weren't one of the other pre-recorded interviews, so I just want to introduce you real quick. So you're basically one of the leadership of Progress. You are class leader, ex-class leader, now you're just leadership, so you're part of the organization part of things, and you play the raid tonight. Obviously, it didn't go as you hoped. Progress always tries to win. I know you wanted it, everybody wanted it. But I've spoken to the Russians who came third. I've spoken to Newman players who, for the first time, managed to win. I just wanted to quickly touch on a few things with you. And the first thing I want to ask you about is, did you manage to keep everybody online throughout the race?
Yeah, it's a good question when it comes to Progress, right? Since we have a history of DCing in bad spots. Before that, I would like to say though that big hats off to Newman, big rats on the win. They deserved it, and we'll give them a race for Fireline speedruns. I'm looking forward to that. When it comes to DCs, we had a DC on Shannox of our main tank. So you might have noticed in the VOD that the boss was standing still for a long while, and then we had our Disc Priest do the Grip of Destiny right on the main tank to not have her stand in a immolation trap. But she came back online after, I don't know, 20 seconds or something, and was back to playing.
Yeah, I mean, most guilds seem to have been pretty lucky today, but having your main tank disconnect is obviously rough. You guys lost a lot of time on boss kill times today, so regardless of the route you took and how it went, some of the boss fights you just fell really far behind of Newman, and that's obviously going to require a bit of analysis, like what did they play, how did they play it, what did we do, but I want to ask you, did you feel like the run today went as you expected? Did it go worse? Like, how did it feel throughout the round?
Well, we'll obviously go back and review our decisions and look at what kind of decisions they made that made them kill bosses quicker than we did. As regards to how the run felt, there was a bit of times where it was chaotic. For example, when Wisp DC'd, and for example on Baleroc we had some dicey moments with a lot of people having the Tormented debuff. But overall I'd say it's a decent performance, not our best, but yeah, hopefully not our I don't know. Hopefully in Dragon Soul we perform better.
Yeah, but like you said in the previous answer, now you try to look forward to speedruns, but as we know, in order to speedruns, you need to have the best available gear. That takes time. I'm a bit curious. What are your plans now for the next coming weeks? Are you gonna like go GDKPs, or are you gonna play with the guild? What do you plan on doing?
Well, first and foremost, it's to get the guild splits up and running and going smooth. Of course, as you say, gear is a big priority for speedruns in Firelands, so we'll have to gear a lot of players for that. So that's priority number 1. And then if I have time spare, I'll drop by in some GDKPs for sure.
Yeah, sounds pretty similar to both what the Russian representatives and Newman players said as well. But you sounded, what I like to hear is that immediately when things don't go your way, you mentioned, I look forward to fighting them in speedruns next, that you just look to the next challenge, whatever this is behind us. Now, I want you to get a chance to answer this question, because everyone that I interviewed also get a chance. We are now in the final week of Fireland speedruns. The fastest time is being set. How many mages do you think will be in the final week of Fireland's fastest run?
Well, yeah, that's what everyone's asking themselves, right? And before I answer that, I'll say that without Newman playing as good as they are, it wouldn't be as fun playing speedruns or race, right? Without them pushing us and us pushing them, it wouldn't be as enjoyable to play speedruns. So, however, like the rivalry is between us and them, like, let's be honest, it wouldn't be as fun. So big thanks to them. When it comes to the amount of mages, I'm DK main, right? And I like to be on the copium train with you Anfal when it comes to melee, right? So I'm hoping that the mages are gonna prove to not be as great. So I don't know, conservative answer, maybe 8 or something.
Yeah, isn't it funny? We live in times where a conservative answer is 8.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in BOT speedruns. There was a bit of abuse there from mages, right, on Shogal and on Halfus. But yeah, we'll see what they can do with the legendary stuff. So one thing I do have, though, compared to what the Newman players and the Russian players don't have, is I have a 10-man tomorrow to look forward to.
Yeah, with me in the afternoon.
Yep.
Yeah, you sound super hyped.
Of course, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I mean, your leadership, so maybe you should know this beforehand, but we're streaming voice tomorrow.
Oh, well, then I'll have to, avoid being myself, I guess.
No, you're doing fine. I'm gonna let you go and have a little therapy session with the boys. Don't let it bring you down too much. You guys did your best. Sometimes win, sometimes lose. So I'll see you tomorrow, and we play some 10-man content in the afternoon. And thank you so much for coming to the interview. It's much easier to show up to these when you're winning. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you for putting on the show and doing the shoutcast. I'll be sure to look through the VOD afterwards and see what you had yapping about.
Yeah, if I can tell you one thing to look at Cop 7 in the Russian guild that finished 3rd.
Okay,
and you look at his over... No, shut up. Look, bro. He is number 1, 2, 3 on All-Stars in NA Shaman. Do you know who is number 4?
Is that Anfal, maybe?
That's Anfal. Do you know who is the only progress player in the entire guild who is in the top 100 on All-Star points?
I'll take a wild guess. Is it Anfal?
It's Anfal, dude. So maybe just, I don't know, go in with an open mind and look at Cop 7 and be like,
Maybe we should talk to him then and get him into the guild.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna hang up now. Thank you so much for coming, and
thank you.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye. Okay, great. That was great until the end there. I felt like some animosity was happening. That was rough. Okay, so we have Murphy next. We're gonna move on. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Delete all VODs. Mods! Delete all clips. We don't need to put ideas into progress leadership heads to recruit Cop 7. I don't need the competition, dude. It's already hard enough for us.
Yo,
hey,
what's up, Anfal? Hey, man.
Do you have a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I already spoke to the Estonian devil, Cop 7, and right now I have the pirate server king himself, Murphin. Let me just ask you, how does it feel after the raid tonight?
It feels really good, but Cop 7 is a Latvian. He's not Estonian, actually. I mean, like in general, it feels really good. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I think you do, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just pretending like you didn't correct me. It's my show after all, but...
Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. Let's
forget it didn't happen. So but you feel great. You feel great.
Yeah, it feels really good, especially that like we built the guild about 1 week before the first PTR wave, and we didn't have such resources as, for example, Moomin or Progress had in terms of like characters, classes, etc., etc. So yeah, we played like pretty good. We had some shit decisions, like after Shannox on Baleroc, but in general, yeah, it was pretty good, considering how many resources we had.
Yeah, exactly. You can only work with what you have, and I'm a bit curious about... what I'm especially curious about is the way you guys started the run. Can you tell me a little bit about your route, what your plan was?
Well, basically, we wanted to enter the dungeon, and like 4 people, 2 warlocks and 2 healers, went to Beth'tilac, and like they started to summon people, and meanwhile we should have like cleared some packs, and then like we accept summon, we kill Betty, we kill some other packs, and then we spawn like Shannox. That was our plan. Of course, if we had a lot of characters and classes, we would go like with a lot of mages that would like Hearthstone after first packs, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yep, I think out of the guilds that I was watching, at the start of the run, I was watching everybody. But after a while, it became clear that, oh, it's probably going to be about Newman and Progress. They are slightly ahead, but then you guys sort of caught up a little bit towards the end. I'm a bit curious, did you guys feel like the run was going well? Was it going bad? Did it go as you expected? What do you think?
I mean, in our case, it's good if we don't wipe, right? So it was fine for us.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you didn't wipe, you felt like this is
Yeah.
going okay.
Yeah, because like I expected like at least top 10. Like if we could like take top 5, I would be like very satisfied. But we got like top 3, so it's pretty good. But like yeah, I mean, this top 3 is nothing like top 3 in ICC or Uldar, because like a lot of guilds don't raid, etc. So yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to compare races because the competition is different and the raids are different. So it's very hard to go like that. I looked a bit at the difference between the rank 1 and the rank 5. And there's only a 10-minute difference between Newman got rank 1, Progress, then there's you guys, Statement and Who. And there's only 10 minutes between number 1 and rank 5. That is somewhat competitive, all things considered. Would you say that that surprises you, that it's still 5 guilds that are somewhat close to each other?
I'm not really surprised. I actually thought that there are going to be a lot of other guilds which we don't know about right now. Because like, you know, it was like what, like 3 PTR waves, and like even dogs could like learn how to play Firelands heroic. So I thought that there are going to be more guilds actually.
So before going into a race like this, we always, if you're a private server player, you talk about how hungry of a wolf you are. And now you talk about dogs. Would you say that your guild was really hungry going into this one?
I'm not sure about that. I don't think so. Like, we were pretty hungry in ICC, but now we're just like puppies.
Okay, so you were more hyped about maybe tier 10, and then this was sort of a surprise how well it went?
Yeah, because like it feels that Kata is kinda dead right now. And like even if we took like top 2 or top 1, I don't think that it would felt as like if we get it like in ICC or Uldar, so...
No, that's definitely true. That I think that Raffle Lich King felt much more prestigious, a lot more private server players, more guilds competing, more tryhard. But still, you shouldn't sell yourself short. It was you guys did well, and you did get third. I mean, that's not bad.
Well, yeah, it was good. It was fine. I mean, we could not waste like 3 or 5 minutes on some corners, but yeah, it's still kind of good that we didn't wipe there. So
True. I mean, Newman even had a wipe, but they managed to recover and win the race, which was super impressive. But I'm wondering a little bit, Fogi said that he was really hoping that maybe more guilds would get interested in speedrunning as well, because if more guilds get interested in speedrunning, that will be really good for the scene, and it could be fun for those guilds as well. Let me know. What is your guild's plans now? Are you just gonna be casual until Dragon Soul, or what are you gonna do?
I can't say anything about speedruns at this moment because we haven't spoken yet about that. I think like we'll do on these weekends. But for now, yeah, the plan is to just like casually play and then like go race Dragon Soul. But like we'll see, because like preps for race and for speedruns are very different, right? Because like you have to prepare a lot of mirrors, you have to do a lot of splits, and I see that like not so many people in our guild, on our server, are motivated to play it. So I don't know, we'll see.
No, that's true. There's a lot more hype going into a new raid, a new release, and everybody tries their best. Doing speedruns week in and week out on multiple characters, that's a totally different type of motivation.
Yeah.
Okay, so last thing before I let you go, because I understood from the Latvian devil, Cop7.
Latvian, yeah.
Yeah, the Latvian devil himself, that you guys have a GDKP in the morning, is that right?
Yeah, we have like 2 of them in like 7 hours or so.
Okay, what do you think? Are you gonna be getting Rag down in the GDKP?
I think that we are gonna kill Ragnaros in first run, and in second run it's just gonna be 6 bosses at very best.
Yeah, I heard Newman is sending a run like right now after the race, because they want to try to get world first GDKP Rag. But maybe if they fail, maybe you guys can win the esteemed title of GDKP world first Rag.
For sure, man.
Hey,
Sure.
hey, take every fucking title you can, right? Winner takes everything. Hungry as wolf wins.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And like I also like, since you're a popular streamer, right, and like a lot of people watch you, I wanted to congratulate my president, Donald Trump, with his win on like elections. And, yeah.
All right. Well, that was... I didn't expect that. So thank you so much for those closing words. And I wish you good luck in your GDKP tomorrow.
Thank you, man.
Okay, take care, dude.
Thank you. Good luck, man.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I did not expect that. Did I expect Newman to win world first? I mean, it was possible. Did I expect Murphy to shout out Trump? I mean, I didn't expect that one. So, a wild appearance. Okay. Guys. We're coming to the end of the stream. I know, it's sad. I also wanted this to last much longer, but it's over. But you know what isn't over? We have a giveaway. Right now, it's on, I think... I fucking hate the fact that this shit is mirrored. Over there, it says !Anfall Skimitar. Because this is a Corsair partnership affiliated stream. Now, I'm gonna pitch the living fuck out of this product, okay? Okay, look. You don't want to be a clicker in World of Warcraft. I get it. You want to keybind all of your abilities. Now, when you want to keybind your abilities, what options do you have? You can use a keyboard, that is true. You don't want to use your mouse. What if you could put a keyboard on the fucking side of your mouse? That is why Corsair created the MMO mouse, the Skimitar, which has a keyboard on its fucking side, bro. That way, when you click your mouse, you're actually doing keybinds, and people can't call you a filthy clicker, even though you're technically clicking your mouse. So the next time somebody calls you a filthy clicker, if you have the Skimitar, you can say, bro, I'm not even clicking, I'm using my keyboard on the side of my mouse. Owned, cope, etc. It's the best thing you can do. So, let's see how many more people can enter before I draw a lucky winner here. Let me see. Here it is. Is it not working? Okay, it's working. Okay, there's still coming people to enter. We have 126 entries, so that is pretty good odds. Like 1 in 127. Those are better odds than your average World of Warcraft Classic warrior player in vanilla when it comes to his probability of getting laid when he goes to the bar. Doesn't matter if he's a man or a woman hitting on the same sex or not. These are better odds. So take these odds. Okay, it's 1 in 135. It's getting worse. Still better. Still better than a warrior main. Alright, I'm gonna let the last people get a chance to enter. Then we are gonna wrap up today's production. While you guys are entering this giveaway, I just want to say big thank you to everyone that I interviewed today. Big thank you to everybody who came to my stream and just allowed me to ask my questions now in the aftermath of the race. Big thank you to all of you who just makes this production fun to make. I mean, I could sit in a Discord channel like I used to do back in 2019, 2020. I used to sit like this in a Discord call and just yap about people playing and shoutcasting. And we were a bunch of friends who was like, this is so much fun, Anfal. And then they told me you should do this on stream as well. And I just started doing it for them. And over time, more and more people seem to really appreciate me just nerding out about speedrunning and world first coverage like this. So I just want to say thank you so much for encouraging me to keep doing this really weird hobby of mine. So I hope to be back and doing a lot of speedrun shoutcasts. But speedrun shoutcasts are probably 2 months away. January maybe. So if you tune into my channel in the next coming weeks, it's probably gonna be gameplay. I'm not gonna do these type of productions unless there's an event like a speedrun or a race to world first. So just so you know what to expect. There will be some time before the next one. Okay, there's still some entries coming in. If there's nobody new that enters in the next 10 seconds, I'm just gonna draw a winner. And it's very important that if you win, you need to contact me on Discord. That's the only way I can reach you, bro. So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is over. Okay, we have a winner. That's a funny name too. Let me just save it. Boom. Some Windows sounds. Let me just save the file. 241107, is it? 08. And it's a skimitar. Skimitar. Okay. Let's see. Can we do this? Yes. Yes. Boom! There he is. There he fucking is. Permasmug. Permasmug, can you guys help me at him in the chat so he notices that he did win today? Permasmug, you need to contact me and we can make sure that you get this MMO mouse shipped to you. And yeah, I think that is the final of today's broadcast. So, he's not here. Well, I'm gonna add him in my community Discord. If he doesn't respond, I guess we're gonna do another giveaway at some other point. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. Okay. Let me just change music before I let you guys go to sleep. Yeah, I already said thank you. I just want to once again thank you all for sharing this hobby of mine. And until next time, I'm out. Bye!